we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia. Yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, we start all our meetings with a word of prayer, and if we can do that now. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks, we give you praise. We thank you for this day, Lord. As we come, Heavenly Father, to the last night of this campaign, Father, we ask that your grace and your mercy will overshadow us. Father, we pray for our candidate, Felicia Dujon. We pray, oh God, that you will bring her here safely. All the other candidates who will be coming and all the persons who will be coming to this meeting, Father, we pray for journey and mercies upon them. We pray, oh God, that everything that is said and done this evening will be said and done in your honor. And we give you thanks, oh God. In Jesus' name, amen. Good night, Lower Carlton. Good night, St. James North. And to all you in the hearing of my voice, good night to you. As I said, this is our last night. As some will say, this is the last Mass. And we will totally enjoy it. We are on a tight ship tonight as we continue to send the message across the constituency of St. James North in support of our candidate, Felicia Dujon, and send the message of what you, the residents and constituents of St. James North, should vote for Felicia Dujon come tomorrow. And to start the ball rolling is a young woman, impressive platform speaker, a young woman who knows what she's about, articulate, compassionate, and you will hear from her why we should vote for Felicia Dujon over the offerings of the Barbados Labour Party. I bring to you Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong.
We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one.
Good night, Lower Carlton. Good night, Link Road. Good night, St. James North. I don't believe I've ever opened the batting for the Democratic Labour Party before. But I would hope that at number 1, and with Wickham coming at number 2, we will begin to level the playing field in this constituency in less than 12 hours when the polls open in this constituency. And the passion that I have for this party, and I always just sit down and wonder, the passion, and for my last delivery tonight, it is hard not to get emotional. And it is not a sight that people see too often. Because in reality, I have told people, for the last 7 years, it has been the hardest thing to be a Dem in this country. It has been the hardest thing to support this Democratic Labour Party, to fly the flag of this Democratic Labour Party. It is the bravest thing that Felicia has done in this seat. For the last 3 weeks, going door to door, meeting each of you, engaging each of you, calling you on your phones, leaving her pamphlet so that you can call her back. And I say we know that the odds are stacked against us. We know the odds, the odds, the odds, the cards that we have been given, with the other party holding everything in their hands, everything, and still trying to starve us even within this 3 weeks, to place us at a disadvantage. But I also said last night that these odds are a matter of perception as well, because if I had all the power and I had everything stored up, and I was the one that was doing everything, seeing everything, the amount of money that has been invested in the BLP campaign, and I say even though it is hypocritical to utilize the resources that you have to try to win another seat, a seat that you had, a seat that you abandoned. St. James North, do not be fooled, they abandoned you. They abandoned you, and they are coming back and asking you to replace the candidate that you voted for in 2022. They had a candidate and they let him go. Whether he received a slip or not, it is unknown. It is unknown whether or not he received his walking papers. But St. James North, we say that the Barbados Labour Party should be fired from this constituency. The Barbados Labour Party should be removed from this constituency for abandoning you at a time cost of living in Barbados is at its highest, at a time where the valuable funds that this country needs are being scattered about, mobilizing support for a party that already has power. This is the thing that confuses me, St. James North. The Barbados Labour Party has the government. They have 29 seats in the House, well, 28 after tomorrow. Granted, Felicia will win 29 seats in the House, and they still find it necessary to bring people from all over Barbados in red shirts to this constituency to convince not just you but themselves. Because I say, if you are confident in your ability to win this seat, you would have been quieter. If you were confident in your ability to win this seat, you would not have to know where a DLP meeting is so you can drive through and then tell the media, galong, it no start, only got 10 people there, take pictures of the 10 people. Come to ours at 10 o'clock when everybody done drive from every part of Barbados to sit down around in the red shirts and get the Barbados Labour Party now. Show everybody how much people we got. But I said this morning, as I posted, in the abundance of water, the cool is thirsty. In the abundance of water, the cool is thirsty. And you see this thing called power? People gravitate towards it, you know. You see this thing called power? And the imbalance of power in this country tonight. The minute that this seat is lost, look at how people will shift from the Barbados Labour Party. The minute that they lose this seat, our people will come from behind the screens, because the engagement on our meetings, in the comfort of their homes, people can watch and see without being victimized. People can watch and see without going into their workplace for the manager to tell them, I see you last night, you know. And I saw our supporters, I would never forget. At one of our meetings, I see a camera coming around. And I see anybody hold up a paper above their face. And I said, what a strange thing in Barbados. When the Prime Minister's opposition leader brought out people from every government office in this country to march against the then Barbados Labour Party administration, nobody wasn't hiding the faces. Because people believed that what they were doing was right. And I said yesterday, it was the right of Barbadian citizens to march against the government that they felt needed to understand where they were coming from. But right now, Barbadians are struggling. And the Barbadians want to come out and support the Barbados Labour Party, but they got to hide. Imagine how your livelihood in this country in 2025 is being threatened because you support the Democratic Labour Party. I say if the Barbados Labour Party wants to demonstrate their power, they must first demonstrate peace. Demonstrate peace, stop terrorizing the people of this country because they support the Democratic Labour Party. Stop terrorizing them. Stop telling them that they need a letter from your member of parliament. Imagine 29 sitting MPs in this country are telling Barbadian citizens that voted them in, you need a letter from me to get a job. So you know what that means for our supporters? They mean getting a letter to get a job. And people don't like to hear the truth. Victimization spreads far and wide. Psychologically, it is problematic because when people know they're being victimized because of their affiliation with this party, they minimize themselves. But St. James North show the Barbados Labour Party strength in numbers and go and vote them out of the seats. You do not need a letter from Felicia Dujon for a job in this country. You will not need a letter from Felicia Dujon in order to get a government job. And mind you, they talk about the highest levels of employment, but they're not talking about the permanency of that employment. They're not telling you that, oh no, the asking for young men to come and service the QEH on 3 and 6 months contract to do orderly work, but you need a letter from your MP. You want this orderly work, but you need a letter from your MP. Listen to me, right? You see this thing that is going on in this country, and I must hold my head because I never thought that employment opportunities in this country would have ever been so reduced to the will. And you know, which house to come from, who's the mother, how they used to vote. How they used to vote, you know if they ever vote. Oh, it's not your business. It's not your business to find out how somebody voted to determine whether or not. You are starving this country of the essentials. You are starving this country of what it needs to grow. Somebody needs to let the government know that the truth is that the Barbados electorate gave you the power, and the Barbados electorate can and will take it away. Can and will take it away. The big issue in this country is the victimization that people are facing right now. It is abhorrent. It is abhorrent. And you know what is sad? When politicians believe they hold all the cards, you can't sit down at a table and gamble forever. There comes a time where you have to rest. And I know the Barbados Labour Party is tired. If they were not tired, they will not be testing the waters in St. James North right now to find out how Barbadians feel about them. They're tired. It is hard work. This is hard work. Canvassing is hard work. Campaigning is hard work. Y'all ever see a magician working? You think it's an easy task to do magic tricks? You can imagine 7 years of magic tricks. You can imagine sitting down and planning an act, getting people to write speeches, sending out press releases, calling the media. Look, go along the Ensley Road right now, go along. Go and show the 5 people, go along. Do you know what it is to be a stage performer? Do you know what it is to be a stage performer in this country? I called it a bacchanal yesterday. A juve. But the C word I want to use, it may be problematic because I don't want to call it a circus. Because we know the class acts and circuses, we know what they are. But the Democratic Labour Party has steered their campaign in the most professional way. And you know when they hate to hear the truth? When their supporters come to attack you, they come from off the mainstream media pages and they come on your pages to attack you for speaking up on behalf of your party. You can imagine being bullied because you raise a view. Mind you the truth, Barbadians are living worse than they have ever been. And hear me, you know it is true. Open your cupboards now and tell me if you have food stored up until the end of the week. Open your cupboards right now and tell me, open your deep freezers, open your fridge and tell me if you have meat. Open your cupboards and tell me if you have canned goods. Lord Carlton, open your wallet and tell me if you have money. Log into your internet banking right now and tell me if that $300 that came is still there. Can you afford to save it? Can you afford to save it? And I said this evening that this Barbados Labour Party administration is making Barbados poor. And still people cannot seem to understand where I am coming from. People think poverty is to be homeless and to be on the streets and to be asking for money. There are so many Barbadians right now living in homes, paying mortgages, and have no money left over at the end of the month. And then this government came sneakily, because I don't even think I saw a press release about it. This reimbursement fund for the NIS 0.25%. We do not have 0.25% of our money to give this government. Up until the government stated how much collected at the pumps in this country. Up to now, the government has not stated how much revenue it collects at the pump in this country. The citizens of Barbados and the constituents of St. James North deserve to know. But they come and prance all around here so that you could vote in another one of them, so that the secrecy in this country can continue. So that the secrecy in this country can continue. Never in my 37 years now of living has politics been so masked and so secret. It's as if they're conjuring up something, a secret society of persons who believe, oh, well, we can get them to vote for us. And you know what? We ain't telling them nothing. Just a tax here, a tax there. Ever so often the Prime Minister comes out and we got to have a little squeeze. We got to have a little squeeze. You can't get to the, if you want a car in this country, you gotta go and get a loan. You can't get it. Listen to me, Prime Minister. Listen. At this rate, right? Barbadians can't even qualify for loans. At this rate, right? And she is still speaking to the people in this country that have money, you know. Oh, if you want a little car, Prime Minister, people are walking. People's cars are being taken up because they can't pay the loans. Prime Minister, people's houses are being foreclosed because they can't pay their mortgages, Prime Minister. People have their houses and can't afford food, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, please. Please speak to the majority of Barbadians that are living on the breadline in this country tonight. You are at Folkestone. Tonight, with another bacchanal, please speak to the poor amongst us, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, speak to the majority who can't afford car loans, who can't afford mortgage, who can't even afford rent. Prime Minister. Well, if you want, if you can't buy a house, Prime Minister, listen. My ears hurt every time you talk. My heart hurts every time you talk. You know why? Because the way I felt when you canvass and you recognize that little children, you know, you have a little cash, and I love children. You buy them all these snacks and everything in the world. And even snacks now children see as some level of fortune in this country. But you come and still try to convince Barbadians that you have their interests at heart. Felicia Dujon has your interests at heart. Felicia Dujon has the interests of Barbadians at heart. St. James North, we have to support Felicia Dujon. This is a by-election in St. James North that the Barbados Labour Party has sought to make national. They haven't told us up to now why Edmund Hinkson was replaced, you know. They have not told us why they have chosen to disrupt the state of affairs in this constituency, you know. And when we bring national issues on our platform, they send people to say, stop criticizing, bring solutions. I challenge Big Man Blackman and the Prime Minister to bring the solution for the National Sports Council 24 hours ago. Let us see if they bring the solution tonight. Because that will be proof that they're not serious about our country. They're not serious about the state of affairs in this country. They're not serious about unemployment in this country, to put an entire workforce on the breadline right now, to dismantle one of the pillars of social development in this country at this time, where crime is at its highest. You can imagine that. Crime is at its highest, but you see, oh, there will be another peace program, but the National Sports Council being dissolved. Why not take that money from the new peace program, filter it into the National Sports Council, get some professionals in there with evidence-based ideas, with contemporary ideas, to develop the programs within the National Sports Council, hire more qualified young men and women, the graduates at the University of the West Indies that come out now jobless, hire them to work alongside the sports coaches in this country and send them into the community. That is a solution for you right there. If there is money for a new peace program, there is money to keep on the coaches and the staff of the National Sports Council. Oh, the Defense Force that's a whole other topic of debate. And the Democratic Labour Party has demonstrated how serious it is about sport in this country. We have mentioned professionalizing sport in this country, and we are serious about it. Because what professionalizing sport does is that it creates another demographic of spenders in this economy. It creates another demographic who is financially empowered in this country. I say to you right now, Lord Carlton, this Barbados Labour Party does not want its citizens financially empowered, does not want you to be financially empowered. You know why? Because they want you to jump up and down whenever they deposit $300 to your account. That is why it doesn't want the swimmers empowered. That is why it doesn't want the track and field athletes empowered. That is why it does not want the badminton players empowered. That is why it does not want the rugby players empowered. That is why it does not want the football players and the cricket players and the cricketers in this country to be empowered. You know why? Because when you have money, they can't pay for your vote. When you have money, no politician can come and convince you to just vote for them. For a little something, give me a vote. No. You have the choice. And the Democratic Labour Party has said for weeks to months to value your vote. This party is serious about economic empowerment in this country. And I have stated that the sports industry has remained untapped in Barbados. And they continue to exploit young men, not young women, because the female footballers did not have a cup. The female footballers did not have a tournament of their own. But the Democratic Labour Party and Felicia Djon can commit to empowering female athletes in this country. We are focused on equitable development, equitable performance, equitable investment for sport across this island. And every one of us will come here tonight and tell you why Felicia Dujon deserves your vote. Why Felicia Dujon deserves your vote. We're not just saying it because we can. We say it because it is true. St. James North, I tell you tonight, you have been used long enough. The experiment that has gone on in this constituency for 34 years has gone on long enough. Escape the laboratory of the Barbados Labour Party. Escape and get out now. Escape and vote for Felicia Dujon tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Send a message to this Barbados Labour Party tomorrow. Send them wherever they are in their jobs and vote for Felicia Dujon. I thank you so much.
Felicia, Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we trouble them.
Fire! Woo! Hot, hot, hot. You heard Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong, the candidate of the Democratic Labour Party for St. Michael North. But you know, when I think about this campaign, the Barbados Labour Party has a candidate in this race. And he has said he was here in the constituency for a year plus. You can imagine what they are doing now. Had he been here agitating on the behalf of the constituents of St. James North, they wouldn't have had all this work to do now. He did nothing. And that is why I call upon the constituents of St. James North that you must reject the offering of the Barbados Labour Party and support Felicia Dujon. And if you fail to do that, then you have failed. And a person should never fail themselves. But coming on, we are bringing to you another speaker. You heard him at National Hall, and he impressed you. He impressed Barbados. A medical doctor by profession, 25 years experience, spanning public medical facilities in Barbados and Jamaica, as well as private practices. A Christian man, a God-fearing man who believes in helping people, who believes in the upliftment of every man and girl. A man who believes that Barbados is more than an economy, that it is a society. I bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Elvis Wickham.
Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, we trouble them.
Good night, Lower Carlton. A blessed night to St. James North. Those listening in your homes, those who are here in person, and the many thousands who are watching online. In this campaign, and we're at the last night, in this campaign it has been said that the Democratic Labour Party is spreading fear. talking about a fear that does not exist. We are speaking about people's felt realities. Because we are shining a light on the darkness that they have created, that has flourished under them in Barbados, they're nervous. The thing about power is that it is often said that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. You listened last night, and for those of you who have not as yet listened, time is short, there are only a few hours, but even after tomorrow's election, you must listen to last night's presentation. Opposition leader Ralph Thorne, the Honorable Ralph Thorne, would have spoken about the blatant disrespect and, quite frankly, the downright corruption of the Barbados Labour Party government. They treat the public purse like it is their private piggy bank. Watch last night's broadcast. You have three options on YouTube. Either the Opposition Office of Barbados, the Democratic Labour Party of Barbados, or the Marcia Week Show. You will find it there. Opposition leader would have spoken at the end. For those in St. James North who didn't hear her, those in Lower Carlton who might not have heard her, you missed it, our candidate Felicia Dujon, she spoke passionately from her heart for about 80 minutes. 1 hour and 20 minutes detailing her encounters and her dreams and her vision for the people of St. James North, where she was raised while here in Barbados, by the way. So when they pushed the narrative that they hoisted a candidate on the people of St. James North, she was raised in this constituency here in Barbados, in Weston specifically. You know, the irony of mainstream media and social media influencers talking about fear and that we are spreading fear. The irony. So much factual information was shared from the various DLP platforms. Facts, undeniable public record facts that they refuse to carry nationally. And you know why they don't carry them? Them frightened too. Them frightened. They prove our point. They are afraid. We can't get sued. It's not libelous. But mind you, Barbados pay attention, because coming, they would like to bring a cybercrime bill, enact a cybercrime bill, where it doesn't matter whether what you state is fact. If it offends somebody's sensitivities, the penalties are harsh. But as it stands right now, they can easily share the information, which would make the government extremely uncomfortable. But like many, they have decided that carrot is better than stick, instead of speaking the truth. But as long as God gives me breath, I will continue to shine a light on the darkness that they have created. As long as give me breath, because that is what you do with darkness. You shine a light on it, and that is what we have been doing. So I say to the PR machinery, taxpayer funded, to the paid social media influencers that the government minister told us about, we will not continue to speak. Long after this election, we will continue to speak about the corruption and disrespect meted out to the people of Barbados by this administration. On Saturday night in Ashton Hall, I spoke of our country, our society not being well. Despite all of the talk about economic bounty, it is not well. The numbers show it, our eyesight detect it, and our lived daily experiences reveal it. exposed to it, all is not well. But true, it seems, the tale of two Barbadoses. And many of us, most of us, live in the one where the economy isn't working and crime is spiraling out of control, and you have to worry daily about catching a stray bullet. So they can talk all they want about we're spreading fear. We're talking of realities. Realities, however, that weren't always the case. I spoke of a different Barbados. And I pointed out that something changed. And it is also clear when that something changed. The year is 2018. Not only was the government changed by the people's democratic right, but the state of morality in our country took a nosedive. And now, as a country, we are at unprecedented, morally decadent levels, presided over by the current administration. Scant respect for persons is now the norm of the day. The priority seems to be about money. Mind you, not money for the masses. And don't be tricked by the $300 coming back to that. But what we have seen from the government is hypocrisy. I spoke of how you criticize primary school children for doing certain acts. And then you, the leader, yourself turn around in a couple days and do the same thing. That is called hypocrisy. And when you have hypocrisy in the highest office of the land, it filters down. For as the head goes, so does the body. Now, when we were paid a visit by our dear leader, as I call her, when we were paid a visit last year, September, I can't remember which visit number that was, because there were a lot of them. When we were paid a visit, we were told it was about vehicle tint. We were also told the guns were here before. Now, I spoke of this already, and I had no intention of talking about it again. But there's a saying, when the head bad, the body can't be good. Can you believe that the candidate that wants to represent you, Lower Carlton, he repeated that utter nonsense that the guns were here before 2018? I asked, and I asked it again, if he is so certain of that assertion, tell the people of Lower Carlton, St. James North, and wider Barbados why the criminals waited until after 2018 to use the guns and commit other heinous crimes of a nature we have never seen before. Answer that question. But as the saying goes, if the head is bad, the body can be good. I can tell you what changed though. And I'll repeat it for those here in Lower Carlton and those viewing online who might not have seen what we said before. We have persons known to the police canvassing in this country with senior politicians. Now, you may say, well, politicians just go all over the country and interact with everybody. And that is true. We have interactions. We meet many persons, those known to the police and those not known to the police. And of course, you know what I mean when I refer to those known to the police. But did any of us here, did the average man, not known to the police, get an invitation to the stately opening of Parliament? You have to be special. So that would indicate that those known to the police, those particular individuals, were special. Then they have senior politicians on speed dial. You have to be special. Then they get thousands of dollars per month each. Supposedly not to shoot. You have to be special. All the while they are getting thousands. And let this sink in, Barbadians. Let this sink in, Lower Carlton. While these criminals were being paid thousands of your tax-paying dollars, your backs were breaking under the high cost of living crisis that this country is faced with. So money was taken from you and given to known criminals. Let us not forget, and this next point, it touches me dearly. I always remember on my return to Barbados, those many occasions when I returned home on holidays from studying, you got an extra lift in your spirit where you saw the West Coast. I remember one Christmas Eve morning after a rough semester. Flight was delayed many hours. We landed sometime after 1 o'clock that morning. And I remember the feeling of relief that I felt when that plane landed. I was home. Tonight, I heard the national anthem, and as I stood there, full orchestra, because, there are other versions of the national anthem out there, and they have their place. I like them. But that original full orchestra, it touches you. It gives you shivers through your spine. So I stood at attention with a sense of pride in my country. This is our home, Barbados. This is your home, Lower Carlton. The symbol most associated, most recognized anywhere in the world as being tied to Barbados, our national flag. St. James North, we must not forget this. Our flag was placed on a coffin and lowered into a grave on a foreign land, while our dear leader stood watching. I never heard if there was any apology, any sincere apology. If there was, I stand corrected. In any case, it should never have happened. Never. How could the leader of any country stand and watch their flag go into a grave and allow someone to pour liquid on it? How could you? An act that by itself should permanently disqualify you from holding the office of leading this great democracy. Except you don't view it as a democracy. Because in a democracy, every eligible voter is entitled to vote. Said leader, during the COVID pandemic, called an unnecessary election, except it was necessary for personal selfish gains, and knowingly barred thousands of eligible voters. The most sacred of rights in a democracy was ripped away from the residents of Lower Carlton and wider Barbados by a caring leader, supposedly. Another act which should permanently disqualify. How could you have done it? You mean you're that selfish? There was no rush. It was totally unnecessary. You had 16 months plus an additional 90 days if need be, from when Parliament is dissolved until when the election is held. No provision. And that someone who cares, who supposedly cares, can do such an abominable thing. Never apologize. What also changed is that we have a government with I don't think they can help it. They have a serious propensity for half-truths. They do not know how to speak the whole truth. They love pulling the wool over our eyes, pretending that all is well, when our experiences, our daily encounters, tell us a very different story. We explained how you have to be very careful. You have to be very careful when you listen to what they say. And I pointed out in Sion Hill, you have to listen even more so to what they do not say. Now, this election, in a few hours, is extremely pivotal. We have a candidate, Felicia Dujon, with a long track record of representation. Caring. She doesn't have to pretend. We have a candidate that was plucked from Geneva, placed in one ministry, placed in another ministry, and now they have to create the illusion that he was running around the country last year, supposedly listening to constituents' concerns. Yet they're only now talking about, you need to fix this, you need to fix that. Only now recognizing, it seems, that there's a flooding problem in Trent that has existed for the entire 35 years that they were representing St. James North. Only now talking about doing studies. Only now realizing that playing fields are limited. Only now to realize that they need street lights. It speaks of a level of utter disrespect that should never be tolerated in our country from any party, any politician. St. James North, you have an opportunity to raise the standard of politics in Barbados, to show the rest of Barbados what true representation is. So I urge you to look beyond. As you consider your ex, those of you who have not already decided, and those who have decided but realize that the vote for the Barbados Labour Party is a vote for more of the same, and you're going to put your ex next to Felicia Djon. For those of you, I've always voted BLP. That's my party. My father will roll in the grave if he know that I vote for somebody else. Well, your father ain't gonna know. When you go in there and cast that X next to Felicia Dujon, no one will know. With a clear conscience, you can put your X next to the candidate who you know will represent you above the concerns of a government, with you as an afterthought, maybe. So look beyond the $300. It is your money. Take it and spend it. But you know, before they gave you the $300, they had already worked out how they were going to get it back from you. Wickedness. Money started to be dished out, minus the red shirt. Apologize on their behalf that they didn't give you the red shirt. Money started to be dished out on May 14th. Do you know that I got my land tax bill May 12th? So before you get the $300, it's gone. Look beyond the $300. Look beyond the promises. They have no shame. 35 years of abject abuse and disrespect, and now asking for your vote. Look beyond, and you will see that in the Barbados of the last 7 years, it's been about big money first. And the small man, maybe an afterthought. Look beyond tomorrow, and you will see that an oppressive, draconian cybercrime bill awaits you, no doubt supported by their candidate. Look beyond. Look beyond Lower Carlton, the big talk, and see that the government's candidate, his achievements are none to non-existent. I am made to understand that he was in a building in Geneva, so I guess signing a few papers is... Felicia Dujon, on the other hand, however, has received awards from UNESCO, UN Women, has been a tireless advocate for those in Barbados. I reminded her last night, and I apologize to the audience. I forgot to mention their candidate's most outstanding achievement. The record for being the Minister of Education that took the shortest time to seriously offend the in our country. Mr. Blackman, take a bow. Felicia Dujon has been an effective national advocate. The length and breadth of this country. So much so that instructors have been to keep her out of the schools. That is the candidate that we put to you tonight, who will tirelessly work on your behalf in Parliament and out of Parliament to ensure that you have a voice, Lower Carlton, to ensure that you have a voice, St. James North. You have seen what they have to offer, and their candidate brings more of the same. It has been decades, Lower Carlton, since you have had a representative that cares. To those in the hearing of my voice, I encourage you, I urge you. Look, even if they give you a ride to the polling station tomorrow, they're going to know who you vote for. You don't have to tell them. Take the right and go and vote for Felicia. Vote for Felicia Dujon. The clear choice. The clear choice. The only choice. The candidate with a proven record of representation. The candidate with a passion, with a heart, with a love for people. It is what she has always done and what she will continue to do on your behalf. To the people of Lower Carlton, a good night to you. God bless you, keep you in good health, grant you peace, protect you in your homes. May you rise tomorrow morning in his strength and walk or be driven to that polling station and cast your vote for Felicia Dujon.
Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity.
You heard that gem of a speech, ladies and gentlemen, with clinical precision on the Barbados Labour Party. But we are moving along. This is tag team stuff tonight. And I bring to you none other than the man from St. Michael Northwest. They call him the most handsome man in the party, the Senator, Mr. Ryan Walters.
We voting Felicia, we voting Felicia, yes we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon.
Good night, St. James North. Good night, DLP. Tonight is our last meeting, and I am imploring the constituents of St. James North to go out to Felicia Dujon. It will not change the government, but it will give you a stronger opposition in the Parliament of Barbados. And why is a stronger opposition important? Because this government has been sweeping everything under the rug. They are hiding every single thing that they do from you knowing what is going on in this country. And if not for Ralph Thorne crossing the floor last year, Bajans would not have known nothing that is going on in this country. Having a strong opposition is extremely important for democracy in Barbados. Please, Barbados is depending on you to send a message to this Barbados Labour Party government that we are not pleased, that you are not pleased, and that we want a real strong opposition come tomorrow. And if not, for Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party, amidst all of the talk about the Democratic Labour Party and what has happened over the last year, if not for Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party, who has been advocating on behalf of the citizens of this country, on behalf of the constituents of St. James North. Do you remember just the other day when we had Hurricane Beryl? Where was Chad Blackman fighting on behalf of the fisher folk? He claimed that he was walking around canvassing for a year, and you did not hear him come out in support of the fisher folk in this constituency. Down in Weston. But you can imagine that Ralph Thorne had to fight and ask this government to extend the little monies that they offer them from 3 weeks to 6 weeks. It was because of his tireless efforts. It should not be taken lightly. And he did this amount at a time when a lot of Bajans were even against the same fisher folk for not insuring their vessels. People on social media cuss him and cuss the Democratic Labour Party. Where was Chad Blackman? Chad Blackman was waiting for the photo opportunity. In September last year, he got the photo opportunity when the new fish market was being opened. And as soon as they turned off the cameras, they turned off the lights, I went home. Because the fish market was not open. In January, 5 months after, there were still complaints. And at the end of January, it was being reopened, and the fisher folk down there was complaining about not having an ice machine, not having proper locker facilities. Where was Chad Blackman, St. James North? He is an opportunist. They think that this is a safe seat, and mayor's favorites must be ushered in safe seats. Remember St. George North, when the other young lady was canvassing with the former candidate and was forced to sit on the press conference and pass the baton to Tony Moore. Unwillingly, after working years in the constituency, she was next in line. Ralph Thorne told you who was next in line here as well, and who was working with Edmund Hinkson. But Edmund Hinkson passed a dirty baton. Just a whole Correllian passed a dirty baton to the Minister of Employment, Kurt Humphrey. He said it. I have passed a dirty baton to you. Hinkson passed a dirty baton because the representation in St. James North is piss poor. Poor. So much so that the former member of parliament cannot even face the constituents. You know where he was? St. Lucia Jazz Festival. Couldn't face the constituents. But he is not brave enough to tell you that letter is very possible that letter of resignation was handed to him, and that he did not resign on his own will. But a real opposition, strengthening the opposition, is very important. St. James North, it is important. because there would be no action to support the police force if Ralph Thorne was sitting on the side of the government. And they don't have to rehash it. He spoke to you the other night about his advocacy and the grounds that he is making in making sure that we have some dignity in our police service. He spoke on length about the corruption in Hope. How would we have known in Hope getting paid £80,000 a month and that $60 million of taxpayers' money has been thrown away if there wasn't an opposition? A brave Ralph Thorne and a strong Democratic Labour Party behind him. How would we have known that? I said to you all that do not expect to see the Minister of Housing on this campaign trail. I said it. Have you seen him? Have you seen him? He is not on the campaign trail because he is responsible for squandering all of the taxpayers' money on the Hope. $60 million gone, and that's why you need an opposition, because our hard-earned taxpayers' money is being squandered away as we speak. That same Hope, based on the Auditor General, is telling us today, St. James North, it's telling us today, Barbados, that houses are being imported for Guyana, and that if they were supposed to cost $85,000 to build a board home, to construct a board home, it is now going to cost close to $200,000 per home. And it is going to cost taxpayers $43.7 million in wastage. Ralph Thorne went to Parliament and the Public Accounts Committee and sent a letter to the Auditor General to investigate Hope, to put Hope as a priority. That is how can we know about Hope. Please strengthen the opposition. And while the report pieces of the report came out in the newspaper, that a contractor was likely to sue the government for breach of contract. What we would not have known is that that same contractor has been contracted to build houses. It would cost you, taxpayers, about $34 million more than if we would build these houses with bricks and concrete, with our tradesmen, with our skilled people, our young men and women that are on the block. And they say men and women because women are in construction too. Women can tile, paint, slick. Back in the days, a small contractor in the neighborhood, he would drive by the block and pick up the workers on the way down. He didn't have to go and look for all sorts of foreign people to employ. But our small contractors are not empowered, because when you see all of this wastage, $43.7 million one way, $34 million another way, $60 million in Hope. The small contractors are getting paid $5,000 to supervise the construction of a home. And if a construction of a home takes 4 to 6 months, what they going to put in their pocket? Now tell me, is this a government that is caring? The Prime Minister said she's pretending to care about people. But this opposition, led by Ralph Thorne, is important to Barbados. It is important to Barbados. It is important that Felicia sits next to Ralph Thorne so she can be another voice, another person to investigate what is going on, another person to dissect what is going on, another person to bring real representation to St. James North. This opposition Democratic Labour Party, we stand proud to have fought for the gas prices to come down in this country. Under the leadership of Ralph Thorne, Andrew Worrell and myself, we are fighting for you. And this government, for 14 months, refused to lower the price of gas and diesel at the pump. Not only affecting when you go and fill up at the pump, but the cost of producing items and running businesses in this country have the cost of living extremely high, and when they could do things about it. All we ask is for them to be fair to you. It is no rocket science, because when the Democratic Labour Party was in office, during that period, every time the price of oil globally came down, the price at the pump followed. Every first Sunday, you could get a small adjustment. Right or wrong? And of course, we will take you back to those good days. Because it is only fair. That is what you call sharing the burden and sharing the bounty. And it is also called good governance, Derek. But we did that. But since December, the price of oil, gas at the pump has not been reduced since that one-off instance, that little Christmas gift. And the price of oil globally continues to decline. My last check tells me as much as 8.5% decline in the price of oil internationally when compared to the price in December. But we are made to believe that a minister that will tell you, come and carpool you, when the gas prices were killing us, the government said, come and carpool. Carpool, we want to keep your noise far, always complaining. Remember that? We need a stronger opposition until the next election. And we will be talking something different at the general election. But tonight we're talking about strengthening the opposition with Felicia Dujon. How would we have known that there is a man getting paid $140,000 a month in this country if not for Ralph Thorne? $140,000 a month, I believe, for 2 years in this country. Would Barbados have known about this? This is why DLP is important. This is why an opposition is important. This is why you must strengthen the voice in the lower house. This is why you must tell this government that you are taking it no more. You are tired of being mistreated in this country. And last year they had something called the World Cup, Cricket World Cup. And I heard that the Guinness Book of World Records was in the country because they heard that Barbados would have spent $60 million in 3 weeks on Kensington Oval. So they came in to see and to record this historic event. $60 million. Noah Lynch and the chairman of Comey could spend in 3 weeks on the Kensington Oval changing the lights and painting the chairs and putting up a temporary stand that they buy second hand. And we could hear now, a few weeks ago, that Comey is in financial trouble. A report came out in the paper that Comey is in financial trouble. It has to be in financial trouble. It already gets a subvention. In other words, you are already supporting its operation because it does not make enough money to pay the bills. but the government borrowed $50 million. And they had overruns. It was close to about $60 million. The Guinness Book of World Records has it recorded. And you contrast that effort to the effort to save Barbadians from the cost of living increases. We have to rely on political gimmicks to get something. 1 minute it is a 3 month. Do this for 3 months. Next minute, do this for 6 months. Next minute, we get extend this 3 months into another 3 months. Temporary solutions for permanent problems in this country. Well, the VAT remains at 17.5%, a broken promise by this government. And the VAT is raking in so much money because the government is enjoying that prices are going up at the port when things land. So of course, the higher price at the port, the more VAT they're going to make, the more duty they're going to make, the more excise tax they're going to make. So they're not doing you any favor. Any favor. The decline in agriculture was highlighted by Ralph Thorne. Again, the opposition. And why would the government sit and let agriculture go to such a decline without intervention? Cabinet reshuffle, minister remains. Yet, we have to import every vegetable in this country. And we have to pay the importers to fund the markups and the duties on some of those vegetables as well. But we know the relationship between some of the importers of vegetables and the government. And it is a fact that they are feeding their own instead of feeding the nation. Because there is an opposition, the phones of the Democratic Labour Party are ringing again, and people are complaining about all of the things that this government is doing wrong. The National Cultural Foundation is in a mess. And since that CEO took office, they can't get somebody to stay on there for 6 months. Over 50 resignations. Word on the street is that the CEO does not answer to the minister. She only answers to the big boss. The big works boss. And we have not seen the Minister of Culture on this campaign either. She is silent. She is silent like how she was silent when we debated the bill for the change in Whole Town Civic Center. And as Minister of Culture, she sat silently. This is the government that you have. And she now is presiding over regathering. And the regathering event in St. John is now in St. James North at Folkestone. Because them down at Folkestone tonight, regathering. You ain't hear nothing about St. John and regathering anymore. They're down with George Griffith. They're down with the Minister of Sports, or the Sporting Minister. And they are down at Folkestone, big stage, and the party can start just now. They can just give a little speech or two. But they can start to walk up down there. But we're going to make sure that we walk up tomorrow. St. James North, come out and vote for opposition. Come out and vote for fairness. Come out and vote for a person that is going to stand up and defend you. Not for one that is going to line up behind their leader and say, yes, boss. I is the big man, but you's the big boss. So your Your decision, St. James North, is easy. Barbados is depending on you. We plead with you to send a message to this government. And tomorrow, do not stay home. Come out in your numbers. Bring your mother, your father, your aunt, your uncle, your cousin, your niece, your nephew. Anyone that is eligible to vote tomorrow, take them to the polls and vote DLP. Vote for Felicia Dujon. And if they try to incentivize you to do otherwise, take the incentive and follow your conscience. St. James North, we have given you a fair lady, a strong lady, a fighter, an advocate. You heard her. And she sounds as though she's been in the constituency for a year. And Black man sounds as though he's been in the constituency for 3 weeks. Educator, mother, advocate. Strong, firm, fearless. Constituents of St. James North, go out tomorrow and send a signal to this Barbados Labour Party that you are ready to support the Democratic Labour Party. You are ready to support a strengthening of the opposition. You are ready to send a message to say enough is enough and that you had enough. So vote Felicia Dujon. Thank you.
She is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, Dujon is the big solution.
Who said the Democratic Labour Party is dead? Who said we are not united? The driver of Z1621, Z1621, you are kindly asked to remove your vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving along. We are moving along. And we move from one senator to the other. The sidekick of Ryan Walters. I bring to you the candidate for St. Michael Central. I bring to you Senator Andrea Worrell.
Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution.
Good night to the constituents of St. James North. By now you should know that sound by heart. All that should be ringing in your ears tomorrow. Felicia Dujon is the one, and you are ready to go to the polls tomorrow to vote for Felicia Dujon. Now tonight, you have heard a very serious platform from the Democratic Labour Party articulating all of the reasons why you need to give Felicia Dujon that vote tomorrow. Highlighting all of the failures of the Barbados Labour Party. And you do not reward failure with a vote. You reward failure with disappointment at the polls. You give performance of Felicia Dujon and give her an opportunity. Now tonight I want to speak to you about the failure in healthcare. But before I do that, I want to have a little heart-to-heart first with some residents of the constituency of St. James North. Those of you who may have been offered money to go to training, those of you who may have been offered money to work, those of you who may have been offered money for other things, but I want to say to you, that money after the 21st will not be coming your way. Any promises that they had you waiting on for 7 years, 35 years, you will continue to wait on those promises. When you get in the polls tomorrow, all that they will be able to tell is that you went to vote. But when you get in the polls tomorrow and you place that X next to the person that you intend to vote for, they will not have a clue who you voted for. And I want you to vote with your conscience tomorrow. Vote for a better opportunity for yourself, for your family, for the constituents of St. James North, and a better opportunity for Barbados by voting for Felicia Dujon. Last night at our meeting, Felicia laid out a report of what she has seen over the last couple of, over the period of the campaign during her canvassing. And she laid out all of her plans for this constituency, which is far more than the other opponent has done for all of the time. All he will tell you is something theoretical, which has no impact or bearing on your life. But Felicia Dujon last night spoke to policies and plans which will help you, the residents of St. James North, because she recognized that the single parents need help, and she spoke about that and how they can be helped. She recognized the environmental issues in the area with the coach. Not only did she speak about it, but she also went to the main perpetrator and gave them warning to do something about it. And she is not yet the representative for St. James North, but she is behaving like the representative, she's acting like the representative, and she is doing the things that the representative should do. And based on that alone, she deserves your vote tomorrow at the polls on the 21st of May. So go to sleep tonight determined that you will get up tomorrow morning, and before you catch the bus to work or before you head out of St. James North, you will go to your polling station and you will cast that vote for Felicia Dujon, because it is a vote that will help you, that will help the constituents of St. James North, and it is a vote that will bring back hope to the people of Barbados, because we need to send the Barbados Labour Party a strong message that they are doing foolishness in this country, and we are all suffering under the leadership of Mayor Amoy Motley and under the austerity measures of the IMF. That is all the Barbados Labour Party cares about. Getting the checks, as they did a last few weeks ago when the IMF came, and all of the agreements which they had to sign off to, that all of those checks were made so that they can get the drawdown of a measly $68 million. That is what the Barbados Labour Party cares about. That is what Barbados has become under the Barbados Labour Party. That you will send home staff from CBC and put them, the ones that return, on contract, just so that you can get a $68 million from the IMF. That you will send home staff from Transport Board, merge Transport Board and the Transport Authority, which makes absolutely no sense. And then the staff who come back, instead of having security of tenure, you will give them short-term contracts, which means that they can, if they don't already have a mortgage, they can't go to the bank to get a mortgage, because they can't get a mortgage on a 3-year short-term contract. If they don't already have a car loan, they can't go to the bank to get a car loan, because they can't get a car loan on a 3-year short-term contract. So you see how she is changing the condition of service of many people in Barbados, and you're not hearing anything about it? That is why you need an opposition. That is why you need someone like Felicia Dujon in the House of Assembly alongside Ralph Thorne, so that we would have the support to bring out this information to you, the people of Barbados, and keep the Barbados Labour Party in check. But not only that, because we are not fighting to be no opposition for a long time, because a general election is coming up, And if Barbados wants to do better, we have to see the backs of the Barbados Labour Party out of government in Barbados, away from Bay Street. And voting for Felicia Dujon will be the first step in that movement, will be the first journey on that train. And I want the people of St. James North to be the first passengers on board on that train when it leaves the station on the 21st of May. Make sure that your ticket is just an X. You don't have to pay for it. And nobody don't have to pay you for it, but vote with your heart and your conscience and give that X to Felicia Dujon on the 21st of May. It is security for you. It is security for your family. It is security for all of Barbados. It is security for the constituents of St. James North. It is something that you can depend on, that you can believe in, that you can trust in, and you can have hope in. Because I know Felicia, and you have seen her as the spokesperson for education. She does not back down. And if you give her your support, she will rally with you, because she is not looking to control you. She is looking to empower you. She's looking to work along with you. She said all of these things, and that is what you need in representation in Barbados. That is what will cause a number of young people to believe in politics again and to believe in representation, working alongside persons like Felicia Dujon. Many of you may not know, but Felicia actually has a charity which did programs for young people in Western and St. James, because that is where she lived when she came to Barbados. That is where she has family and connections. And she did a program for young people in Western and St. James. So we are not talking to someone who saw an opportunity in politics and now jump on the bandwagon. We are talking about someone who has led a life of service to people and helping other people. That is what you need to vote for. Don't vote for somebody who just want to put who just wants to put something on their CV or believe that it is part of their family history and their destiny. Because those people who believe it is their destiny, they're not interested in you. Once they get what they want, they have already ticked off their box. And they will forget about you easily. But you want someone who will continue to fight for you and who will believe in you, empower you, and work with you, build that relationship with you. And that person is Felicia Dujon. Now, we also need to hear some things about the Barbados Labour Party and about their poor period in government from 2018 to now. A party that will leave a legacy of not being able to accomplish anything that they set out to do, but more than anything else, they have turned back the clock in Barbados. Because when you look at their performance, we are not satisfied with the cost of living. It has gotten worse. It has not improved, it has gotten worse. We are not satisfied with the crime situation and their ability to deal with it. It has gotten worse. When we look at the educational system, for 7 years they have been talking about educational reform, and for 7 years we have seen a continuous deterioration in our education system in Barbados. Every single week a different school is closed in Barbados. Every single week a different school is closed, or you hear about some sort of protest action which is on the horizon. When you think about health care in Barbados, many of us are fearful about having to go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, or about the time that you would have to spend at the Morrisburg Polyclinic in order to get medical service. So I want to stick a pin there and talk a little bit more about that tonight as the spokesperson for health. And by the time I am finished, if you still believe that you should vote for the Barbados Labour Party, well, there's nothing we can do for you, but all I will say to you is to continue to suck the salt that they will share out for you. But you need to know that better is available in Barbados. Under the Democratic Labour Party, we had a Dr. Dexter James, who was the CEO at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And they got rid of Dexter James for friends and family, for the wife of a minister, and every single file that she touched in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, every single doorpost that she touched, every single department she went into, she corrupted and infected it, and it cannot be delivered of the disease that she left in there. And as a result of that, you cannot find a cure, but at least the Barbados Labour Party cannot find the dose of penicillin which is good enough to remove the infection that she left in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And as a result of that, not a single department at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is functioning the way it ought to be. I will remind you that when Dexter James was there, you used to have public sessions at the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center, where you can come in and report on your issues with the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, your complaints, but you didn't just get the complaints, you also got reports from Dexter James on the improvement in the quality of service at the hospital. You don't get that now. Instead, you get PR coming from the communication consultant, and a lot of that PR is questionable, because I don't know how you could put out a survey that saying 98% or 95% of the patients in the hospital are satisfied with the quality of service. I guess they didn't survey the ones who died, and they didn't ask the families of the ones who are dying, because when you go into accident and emergency, you better pray that it could come out. Right now, when you could go into the hospital for a simple operation to get a boil cut, go home and have to end back up in the hospital because this wound was infected. That means that there is some sort of infection spreading in the hospital. And don't tell me that you don't know of persons who would have gone for simple procedures at the hospital. Many of you, many Barbadians know about it. So this is not a secret. This is not any propaganda. This is not any lies that is coming from the Democratic Labour Party platform. Unfortunately, it is the truth in Barbados. It is the truth in Barbados today, in this, the year of our Lord 2025, under Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. And and we should not be going through that. We should not be going through that. Now, there are so many wrongs within the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. The lady went, she infected it, she left it, and she gone on to greener pastures in Ghana, because that is what friends and family do. You take care of friends and family. But as a result of that, she created such a horrible management structure and culture at the hospital that none of the doctors and nurses who have been trained at the hospital are willing to stay. Many of them, as soon as they get their certification and their qualification, they do not look to renew their contracts. They look to bolt and go on to better pastures. Why? Because they can't handle the stress and the management culture at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. As a result of that, a number of consultants at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital do not exist. You can imagine that you don't have no surgical pediatric consultant at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Are our children in Barbados important to us? Well, that is one of the main areas that you should be covering. If your child gets sick and requires surgery, a child of a certain age, you do not have the necessary consultants there. You do not have any consultant hematologist at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And you know what that means? That if you have cancer or any of those diseases, there is no consultant there for you. You have to wait until a consultant. So all of your reports that you get when you get the scans and the various tests, you have to wait for a consultant to come in to look at that. So that means that that is a further delay in the medical treatment which you are receiving. And every single minute, especially when it comes to diseases such as cancer, it can make a difference in your life and the outcome of your treatment. Because the earlier you are treated, the earlier the intervention, the better your chances of survival. But under the Barbados Labour Party, a number of these areas are being neglected. For that, they do not deserve your vote on the 21st. You only reward people for performance, not for failure, and they have failed miserably. When it comes, we spoke about the doctors, but when it comes to the nurses, the culture among the nurses is also bad too. I don't know how many of you know that in the final stages of the estimates debate in March, this Barbados Labour Party government bought supplementaries to the House of Parliament for over $273 million. In that $273 million was bought up $30 million for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital for the recruitment of nurses from Ghana. Now tell me if that makes sense to you. $30 million for the recruitment of nurses from Ghana. And no, I don't want to disparage against the nurses from Ghana, but I do know that there have been some complaints with regard to the qualification of these nurses and the skills and ability of these nurses, to the extent that the Barbadian nurses who work alongside them find that they have to look over everything, so they're given double work. Not with all, but with some of them. So I do not see how $30 million to recruit nurses from Ghana in a situation where there are a lot of nurses in Barbados who are not given the opportunity to work, how that can be justified. If you spent $30 million to recruit nurses from Ghana, how much are you spending to train nurses in Barbados? Because a lot of those nurses from Ghana, especially in the first batch, use Barbados as a stepping stone to get to the UK and get to the USA. They did not stay here for very long. And I would think that a government that really cares for its people will spend that money to train and recruit nurses here in Barbados. There are a number of things which need to be done to assist the nurses in Barbados. We need to have better pay for the nurses. And they're saying that we are not saying what we will do when we come to office. So listen closely to this. We need to have better paid nurses in Barbados. A nurse is very critical and vital to healthcare delivery and should be paid well so that they can do a good job and be able to take care of their families. You need to have better pay for the nurses, not just the nurses, but the policemen and the teachers. And that is something that a Democratic Labour Party government intends to make happen in Barbados, because we recognize the importance and the value of the job which they are doing. Nurses right now are not given any compensation for their qualifications. And at this stage, we're trying to upgrade the qualifications of the nurses. Many of them would have gone to BCC to do the associate degree, but now we want nurses to upgrade to the bachelor's. But the government is not willing to pay even an increment that would incentivize the nurses to go to upgrade in that training. Because if they go for the training, obviously they have to take time off from work for studying, and the more qualified you are, the better service you are able to do. The government should be offering some sort of training allowance for these nurses, and an increment as well once you upgrade from the associate to the bachelor's, and further increments as well to allow nurses to go on to higher levels. You can get as much as a PhD in nursing, and we need to have, though we do have some of them here, but the more of our nurses that we get qualified to the highest level, the better for Barbados. Barbados has had a history of our nurses leaving here to go to the UK. and other areas to work, I don't mind us qualifying our nurses that they can have better opportunities overseas, because it means that you will keep spaces available for younger people coming into nursing here in Barbados, and more of our young people will see it as a career path worth taking. So there's also a lack of training opportunity for nurses. No benefits for nurses, such as financial mobility for nurses. Only the staff nurses will get the low interest loans to purchase vehicles. But if you have a nursing assistant who was working for 20 or 30 years, why can't they get the same low interest loan as well? Because why are you discriminating like that? If you're going to offer to one category, you should offer to all based on the number of years of service that they have. Because not all nurses assistants would want to go and become RNAs, registered nurses, but you do need nursing assistants within the hospital for it to run well. So offer them the same benefits as well. Health insurance for our nurses. The policemen don't get it either, but I think it is ridiculous and scandalous that if a nurse had to be diagnosed with cancer, that they will probably have to struggle to find money to pay for their medication or their treatment. These things should be offered. If a nurse contracts a infection as a result of working on the ward, that they will have to struggle to pay bills for their treatment. These things should be standard and should be offered. Hazard pay, which was a bugbear after COVID. The Barbados Labour Party promised the nurses hazard pay and refused to pay it. And also the EMTs at the hospital were promised hazard pay and they refused to pay. A few months ago, the EMTs had a bit of a sick out, and then you heard the chief executive officer coming to us to say that these things will be done. But I believe that jobs like that, which are high risk, should be offered hazard pay, especially when you have a situation that whenever there is a shooting or stabbing in Barbados, I don't know how many of you know this, whenever there is a shooting or stabbing in Barbados, the accident and emergency at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is under lockdown. If the accident and emergency is under lockdown, that means that you are working in a hazardous situation. So what is the difficulty of paying the hazard pay? And I think by right, all nurses and all persons working in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital up to a certain level should be offered hazard pay. All of these are things that need to be addressed. And you don't hear these things on the Barbados Labour Party platform. When last have you heard Jerome Walker? If I had to do a little quiz and ask who is the Minister of Health in Barbados, I am certain that many of you will get it wrong. You'll probably believe it is Sonia Brown, but they fired her. She was the only Minister of Health that was working under the Barbados Labour Party, but because she left or she was fired, I don't know. Just like Marsha Cattle, she left or she was fired, I don't know. It seemed as though once you don't see eye to eye with the boss lady, the big lady, you have to take the door. And that is not the way how good governance work in any government. And that is why the Barbados Labour Party has had to roll back all of its plans, because no one in cabinet has an opportunity to comment or have a dissenting view on any of the cabinet papers which come to cabinet. All of what is happening in Barbados is the result of the lady of big words, Mia Motley. So every single project which has failed, it is Mia Motley. When the hospital is not working, it is Mia Motley. When your bus system is not working, it is Mia Motley. When your garbage is not being collected, it is Mia Motley. When your schools are being closed, it is Mia Motley. When the cost of living is not going down, it is Mia Motley, because she does not have the political will to deal with any of these situations. When you hear every single night of a murder, a robbery, or some sort of crime, that is Mia Motley, who does not have the political will to deal with these things in Barbados. And if you think that the big man is going to be any different, he's only a big man out here, but he ain't got no voice in there. So you need to send someone in Parliament who will have a voice, because you need to have a voice to speak out against Mayor Motley and the nonsense being done by the Barbados Labour Party. And that voice to go into the lower house to sit next to Ralph Thorne is that of Felicia Dujon. That is the direction that we need to take this country in. This country cannot continue to operate in as a failed state. Look, the Prime Minister got this country hoodwinked because of PR and propaganda. Right now, she's giving you the impression that Barbados is free of the IMF. And she's talking about going to the capital markets to borrow money. Now, I don't know how that is going to work out for Barbados, because the last rating by Standards & Poor's still had our status at junk bond status, which means that you will have to pay higher interest rates for any money that is raised on the capital markets. So that is one X against them. I don't see how it's going to work. Secondly, I don't know if she believes that those persons forgot that she refused to pay them back their money in 2018 when she defaulted on their loans. So I don't know how likely you are to lend somebody money again who refused to pay you when they had the opportunity to do so. And then the third thing against them, many of those major lenders, the people who buy bonds, such as Credit Suisse, or the global banks such as Barclays and the insurance companies, many of them, there was an article by the Financial Times when they criticized the amount of money which the Barbados Labour Party government under Mayor Motley paid to White Oak. Y'all remember that? To renegotiate these loans and to renegotiate these loans. They said that Barbados paid more money than even Greece, who had more debt than Barbados. Try to understand that. Barbados paid more money to restructure their loans than even Greece. So I don't know how successful she will be or who she's trying to fool, but she is just going to take other trips to New York, to London, to Switzerland, to LA, to Paris and France, but she's not going to come back here with a single bond being sold, because we do not have the rating and the history for it. And all she's trying to give you the impression that she's lowered the debt in Barbados. She may have lowered it in 2018 by not paying her debt, but it has skyrocketed and gone back to exactly where it was. So for the last 7 years, we have not benefited anything from the Barbados Labour Party. Not a single project that they implemented has worked out for the benefit of Barbadians. You know the only people who benefited? The friends and family. The ones who infected the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and then got a cushy job as a High Commissioner in Ghana. And you know another one who will benefit? If y'all dare make the mistake of voting anybody else but Felicia Dujon tomorrow, because Chad Blackman is cut from the same cloth. So do not allow him to get in the House of Assembly and make mock sport at you. You have an opportunity on the 21st to vote for change. You have an opportunity tomorrow to rescue Barbados, and that opportunity comes by voting for Felicia Dujon, the one who deserves the vote. And I thank you, and it is clear, Felicia Dujon is the one.
She is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality.
Ladies and gentlemen, you continue to hear from the platform of the Democratic Labour Party honest voices for the people. And we continue to say to you and to impress upon you why you need to vote for Felicia Dujon come tomorrow. Because, as I have said over and over again, when we look at the candidates in this race, Felicia Dujon stands head and shoulders above every candidate in this race. And we in the Democratic Labour Party have nothing to be ashamed of, because we have found a candidate who is worthy, who has what it takes, who has the tenacity to do the job. And I urge you, the residents of Lower Carlton, Mount Stanford, Upper Carlton, every nook and cranny in St. James North, to go out tomorrow early and cast your vote for Felicia Dujon. And as Comrade Andre said, Dujon is the one. The Barbados Labour Party's candidate is going on a slogan, go big or go home. We are saying we are going big with Felicia Dujon, and Blackman will go home. We are moving on, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm bringing to you the next speaker, the former president of the Democratic Labour Party, an attorney at law, one who I admire, and one who will continue to say to you and preach from this platform why you should vote for Felicia Dujon, and explain to you what is wrong in Barbados. Tonight, as we speak, I bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Verla De Peiza.
Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence.
Good night, Carlton. Good night, St. James North. Good night, members of the Democratic Labour Party. Good night to the thousands of you who join us online. It is my absolute pleasure to stand here this evening and support the candidacy of Felicia Dujon. Those of you who have not met her in person because the time is short, I want you to remember the person that you saw on the national stage acting on behalf of the children, parents, and teachers of this country, as she very ably raised the standard, literally, and the flag of the Democratic Labour Party in the Shadow Ministry of Education. Now, my task tonight, besides the endorsement of the candidate, is to prepare your minds for the task that is ahead of you tomorrow. Tonight, using the portfolio, the eyeshadow of crime, I will lay a case for you for the full indictment of the sitting government, and why your vote tomorrow ought, if nothing else, to register a protest against their leadership and their style of leadership. I want first to cast your mind back a little bit to when we were under strictures with COVID. And we, whilst we were locked down in our houses, got wind of an incident that took place down in Deacons, where a restaurateur, in full and flagrant flouting of the laws of Barbados as they were at the time, had his establishment open. from my recollection, and I am sure yours, members of the police service attended and attempted to do their jobs. And somebody had a telephone number to call someone and the police officers at the end of that exchange felt constrained to back down. Under the Constitution of Barbados, the Commissioner of Police and his officers are answerable to the President of Barbados, not the Prime Minister. But those officers felt like they had to listen to the voice on the other line, on the other end of that line, and pull back from enforcing the laws of Barbados. I start there because today I opened my newspaper and I saw that once again the crease got mashed. And not too far from here, the said same person whose voice we are told was on the other line, other side of that telephone line, was behind the microphone, and this time challenging the authority of yet another constitutional character in the form of the Director of Public Prosecutions. These are serious considerations when, as a country, you handed to that government every single seat. And then you sit down and you watch what amounts, in my estimation, and I recommend to you that it is an abuse of the power of the Prime Minister to be questioning the authority of the police on that day, and to continue in similar vein and to question the authority of the Director of Public Prosecutions, that not even I, as an attorney at law in that capacity, could stand up and challenge in a court. And I want the Prime Minister, when she stands to speak wherever it is that they set up camp tonight, because I know they listen to our meetings, to answer me whether today the Director of Public Prosecutions was called to a meeting. Answer whether that actually happened. Because if this is the state of the democracy that we are having over our heads, it is time to send a signal to this government that the people of Barbados will not stand for that nonsense. And the moment for you to signal your discontent is tomorrow, St. James North, 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. That is your moment in time, on behalf of all the people of Barbados, to register your protest against the behavior flouting the Constitution of this country. That is my opinion of what happened. I don't mind how much you say that you are entitled to have an opinion. You cannot, under the Constitution of this country, call the Director of Public Prosecutions to account to anybody at all in this country. And I was fully disappointed to see that the acting DPP responded. He should have left her in silence, because you are to treat content with content. That is the state of our democracy. And it is a moment that we must look upon with furrowed brows and total worry. Where can we descend to after this point? And this is a critical issue in this campaign, because this is a time when you get ever so slightly to redress the balance. Because we know that on the morning of the 22nd of May, the same government will be in office. But when they are hobbled by losing a seat that they feel that they can walk away with and do as they feel like, all the way down, it isn't just big things, little things too. You have a whole slogan about a big man, but nobody can call the big besides you. When you have these things, you have to stand up. And the rest of the country will await their opportunity to stand up and register their protest whenever general elections are called. But you here in St. James North have that opportunity tomorrow. And I call on you as loyal citizens of this country to do your national duty tomorrow and vote them out of their seats. And that is just the beginning. When, and I make this point seriously, when I read my constitution, and I encourage all of you to get familiar with it, one of the big mistakes we made around here was taking civics out of the classroom. A man is innocent until proven guilty. All of those young men that were charged in relation to that incident down Kadooment in 2017 were innocent until proven guilty. And let me teach you another little piece of law. What happened in court in relation to them is what we call a nulle pros for short. I wouldn't give you the whole Latin term. And it means you can't come back and do anything with them. They are gone, not a note of evidence against them. So they are innocent all the way through in relation to that incident. And we will never know if the police had the right men. We will never know because the evidence never got tested. And there must be something to be said about why so many people will step back and say, look, not me and this. Because we haven't heard a single soul say that anybody was threatened. But you would ask the DPP to account to the people of Barbados for why regular, ordinary, looking like you citizens of Barbados had charges dropped against them, but nobody ever in the hearing of my ears asked the same question when a whole boat named Ecstasy sailed into this country and the charges were dropped in relation to that. These are serious issues. We have to be mindful of our own business. Our business does not only happen every 5 years or 3.5 years or 2 years or whatever is the whim of the Prime Minister to call an election. The business of the people is every single day to hold their feet to the fire. And I will tell you this. I stand on a platform tonight that no matter how much they castigate, no matter how much they try to pull us down, we will forever understand our mandate as a party to stand up for the people of Barbados. And that is why last year, the leader of the opposition put a commission of crime in place, which I cheer. Because all that we could see suggests that the present administration has no idea what to do to curb crime. So far, what we have had from them, from the innocuous to the inane, they will say repeatedly that they hired 3 new judges. I stand here today to let you know that they hired 3 new judges. That is not a lie. But they haven't told the people of Barbados that 3 old judges retired. There are no new courts in this country. And at the end of the day, let's be real, the courts are the back end of the problem. The courts come when all is said and done. The crime has already happened. The police have already done their investigations. And then the courts step in. And it truly, truly is mischief in itself to speak about making bail conditions tighter and carrying up sentences and talking about how the criminals frighten for you when on a daily, the blatant crime, a man in a high-vis vest and an obvious scary mask, and the poor police asking people to identify somebody. That is at the back end, the very end of the criminal justice system will you get to the courts. And yes, the courts need some reformation. But you want to know what reformation they could start with? Under the last Attorney General, that the present Attorney General could not stop calling for the resignation of, the Drug Treatment Court was set up. It was designed to deal with those who came on criminal charges but had underlying drug complaints. It was designed to deal with those who came to the courts on drug charges and who asked for help. And you know what this present administration did? They shut it down. The whole program is done. You want to talk about what needs to be done? The Democratic Labour Party knew what needed to be done. That drug treatment court needs to be put back in place as soon as possible so that our young men and our young women who are falling through the cracks can get some help. Because at the end of the day, if you only want to look at them as criminals, they will forever be on the outside of our society when our aim and our objective should be to find ways to bring them back within society. That is the crux of the matter. And they don't know what to do. And all they're doing is trying to think. There is no policy direction to be seen coming out of the government. Every time you look around, they're trying a thing. Corey Lane came in and he tried a thing. Now it is Kurt Humphrey and he trying something different. So there is no consistent governmental policy in relation to the management of crime in this country. And when you hear them say that crime is not a political issue, it is a cop-out. It means that they don't know what to do, but you already know that they don't know what to do. And so from tomorrow, you will be marking your X for that party that has demonstrated to you, and that's just one example that I just gave you, that it understands what needs to be done. And we will continue to agitate, because let me tell you, this commission was not no mamby-pamby commission. We met every single Wednesday. And every single weekend, bar one, because there was a conflicting assignment, we met with the people. Because we don't want to call private sector persons and put them in a little room and expect them from a boardroom to come up with proposals to fix a community. We understood that the fixing of a community, first of all, starts with the overarching policy of a government, and then the community has to have buy-in. And that is why we had community leaders on our commission. This wasn't for sure. And a lot of talk went down about my saying I wasn't going. But let me tell you something, see? I'm grandmother raised. And my father came to parenthood late. So I have all the old sayings. And one of them was, ever so welcome, wait for a call. And I could tell you tonight, and they can't prove me to be a liar because I keep my receipts, that I have never received a call to join that commission. Because you can't do it in front of the media. Will you think this is not jokes? This is not a pappy show. This is about the lives of our people. And it is because we understand this and because we are preaching this to you every single night that we call on you here in St. James North tomorrow from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening to join us on that journey of fixing Barbados. Because we understand that the key to getting a handle on crime is to get a handle on your people. We were laughed to scorn when we said that we were more than an economy. We were a society. Laughed to scorn. But again, grandmother is, when you sow the wind, you reap the whirlwind. And they are today reaping the whirlwind. All of their loose lips and idle talk, laughing about crime and violence from all back in 1999. Is chickens coming home to roost in 2025? When you make sport at serious business, and you are in a leadership position, you have to expect that the people under you will make sport at serious business too. And so, when we open our papers and we go on social media and we see persons of a certain ilk pomp-setting with their invitations to Parliament, we know that we are facing an administration that making more sport at this thing. And we didn't say a word. All of these things that are happening now are the symptoms of all of those things that happened back then. And I heard some wishy-washy statement about how, when last administration was in, they didn't have any scanners at the port, and that is when the guns came in. So apparently the men sat on the guns from 2017 and 2018 and only pulled them out in 2024 to shoot 50 or 52 people that died, plus all of the others that got injured. They sat on the guns and waited. That is the insult to your intelligence, that you must stand in that voting booth tomorrow and mark an X to negate. That is not who you are. This is a serious election. We may, in a 15-second on the platform, crack a joke or two to lighten the moment. But we are on a serious mission. We understand that this country's soul is up for grabs, and that there needs to be decisive action by the government, whether they like it or not. It is a political issue, and if they want to abdicate their responsibility, I suggest to you, St. James North, that you take them down from off the throne, make the abdication complete tomorrow, and remove the Barbados Labour Party out of this constituency. When you keep people at your focus, and this is not just, I keep saying it, this is not just an idle speech. Ask anybody, any member of this party for their passbook, or go on the website and see the philosophical principles of this party, that they are rooted and grounded in the betterment of the small man. And that it is all about finding the social initiatives that will improve the lives of our people. And part of that is making Barbados so comfortable that if you wanted to get up and go for a run at 2 o'clock in the morning, you felt that you were able to do so. And what that means is that for those who have already fallen through the cracks and have collided with the criminal justice system, there must not only be justice in the court in terms of a sentence, but there must be some real and meaningful policy towards the rehabilitation of them. It cannot be a fly-by-night waiting on NGOs at the prison. It has to be a stated government policy, because they are us, whether we like to think so or not. They are us. God forbid tomorrow, in an unguarded moment, I find myself sitting amongst them. God forbid tomorrow it is your child or even you. There has to be something that gives them skill, that gives them a reason to have self-confidence, that gives them momentum to be a part of our society, that gives them hope, real hope, when they come out of prison. This is the mission of the Democratic Labour Party, and I have only spoken to a few of the initiatives coming out of that report. That report is completed and is with the editor, and hopefully will be in your hands shortly for you to understand that the Democratic Labour Party, whilst we may have stumbled in recent years, we are back on course, we are serious about our mission, and we are starting in St. James North. And we are starting with our candidate, Felicia Dujon, because she exemplifies the type of candidate that we want to bring to you. Someone who is willing to get up and do the work, not drive around and wave at you and speak to you from a mouth horn, but on the ground walking. She has the strength to do it. She has the stamina to do it. I'm getting all the signals to wrap up, and I will not disobey. I will not disobey. This night is for everybody. And so I will end with this. There are some amongst you who are card-carrying members of the other side. And deep in your hearts, you know that you are disappointed in the way in which they are running our country. Some of you live in this constituency. And I say to you tonight that when you go in the voting booth tomorrow, it is you, your pencil, and your conscience. Nobody will know if you voted color or not, but your colors will be the blue, the yellow, and the black. Our national colors, they coincide with our party colors, but that is what you will be voting for the future of your country. Nobody will know but you. And a short word to those of you who are sitting on the fence, or who, as a matter of course, don't go out to vote. This is one election that you should not sit out. This is the election to stand up and be counted. The rest of the country is depending on you. And to those of us card-carrying members of this party and our supporters, this is a constituency that we have won before, at a time when people were disgusted and disappointed as well. And so your mission tomorrow is to stand up for your party and stand up for its candidates and vote for Felicia Dujon. And having called the charge to all of you, I look forward when the returning officer gives the results of the election tomorrow, that we as a country can breathe a collective sigh of relief, because St. James North has signaled to the sitting government that we are done and through and thoroughly disgusted and ready to move on from them, one seat at a time. Come out 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening and cast your vote. I depend on you. Barbados depends on you, and I thank you very, very much.
Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we going with Dujon. Ladies and gentlemen, we will bring to you a special performance tonight, all the way from South District. You know him as Matthew B. out of here.
Yo, good night, this is what? St. James North? Well, Matthew be here. Well, then I know he drop things about here. No, you want to sell, you see this seat? This seat is just about the Democratic Party, you know. This seat is about the whole of Barbados. So Barbados depending upon this seat. So you see, the people out in this area, you know what they want to do? Mr. Selector, they're going to say for June. Oh God! Let me tell you something, St. James North. Matthew B, you want to face? Lord have mercy. St. James North, what are you going to do? Felicia, we voting for you. St. James North, what are you going to do? Felicia, you want to defeat? Wait, Felicia, come on here, baby. Come on here. Come. See that? Hold that. Want to know who this young lady here? Want to know this young lady here? Want to see she? She pretty. What do you think? Me is the only queen out here. Right, me is the queen. This is the queen here. Look. St. James, what are you going to do? Felicia, we voting for you. St. James. Felicia, we voting for you. $300 can buy to buy the dough food. I don't know how it can buy me and you. Yes, Felicia, we voting for you. Saying yes. Watch me. I tell you something. In this country, things are hard. It hurting me. I've got a lot of family suffering daily. Some can't buy food, can't send their sons to school. I can't understand what me acting so rude. Saying yes, I do. Felicia, we voting for you. Okay, Mr. DJ, take me out, man. If you be out of here. Chat! Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Matthew B. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last lap, and we are going down. The time has come, ladies and gentlemen, for you to hear our next speaker. You have known her before the announcement of this by-election. You have seen her before the announcement of this by-election, advocating on behalf of the students of Barbados, advocating on behalf of the teachers of Barbados, advocating on behalf of every human being in Barbados as long as an injustice has occurred. And she tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than the lady of the hour, the Democratic Labour Party's candidate for the constituency of St. James North, and by tomorrow night, the duly elected representative for the constituency of St. James North. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you our candidate, our woman, Felicia Dujon, the one.
Swarm of bees around me and tread on my property. Them singing you and you quiet because you don't have a bees. Them singing me and I don't like it because I can't live in trees.
Good night, Lower Carlton. Good night, Lower Carlton. Good night, comrades. How are we doing? I came prepared tonight because ain't no bee stinging us this evening. Not one bee stinging us today or tomorrow or any other time, because we out here to smoke them out this evening. Good evening, my fellow constituents. Today is a remarkable day, not only for all the constituents themselves, but for us as individuals, for us as citizens of Barbados. Let it me declare that tonight is also a night of reflection, a night where you get to choose your government and not also your opposition, but really your government, because we have seen what this government is about, and as of tonight we reflect that we are going to put them out as of tomorrow. We're going to let them know that as of this evening that we will stand firm and we will defend and honor our society. My brothers and sisters, this evening I want to speak specifically to the voters that have not decided as to what position that they will take. I also want to speak directly to the supporters of the Barbados Labour Party. This by-election is about this country. This by-election is about justice in this country. This by-election is about justice in this constituency. Last evening, I gave the country a report on what I experienced, what I observed, and how we are going to address those issues and the concerns that has been raised. I raised the issues of the elderly. I raised the issues of children. I raised the issues of the children with disability, the single mothers. I raised the issues with families. And my concern at this point is to ring an alarm from St. James North so that everyone understands that your duty starting from now until 6 p.m. tomorrow is to ensure that we put that X next to Felicia Dujon. There is a reason for it. There is a government that believes that we cannot stand up for our rights. There is a government that believes that when they abuse their power, that we will not be afraid or will be too afraid to stand up against them. But my dear constituents, take good courage. Take good courage because the end is near for them. The reality is that they are saying that you will not come out. They are saying that we do not stand a chance, that this seat is a safe seat for them. But tomorrow we will show them, right? We will let them know that as citizens of this country, we demand respect. We demand integrity.
We demand justice and dignity from this government. This is a government that has turned its back on this constituency. This is a government that has neglected this constituency. When I spoke on the infrastructure of this constituency, I was told that I shouldn't say much, that I shouldn't reveal the truth of the conditions of our constituents in this country. But what I will do, I will continue to unmask this government so that every constituent in this area, every constituent in this country feels the courage to stand up and rise against this abusive government, this tyrannical government. 1 second. They made me a little taller. They made me a little taller because it's needed. Because this government believes that through the oppressive laws and through the high taxes and ignoring and neglecting the people of St. James North, that we will not stand up. But as we have seen in the last few weeks, we have been rising up. Look around. Look around and you will see your neighbors, your brothers and sisters. They are here. They know a movement is happening on the ground. And tomorrow we will wake up. And that silent movement, that silent resolution is occurring. And the political analysis are telling them that Felicia Dujon is a misstep on the Democratic Labour Party, a misstep. But let them know that our misstep will be their instep into Parliament. It will be their instep into Parliament because we are not retreating. We are letting them know that we mean business. We did not come into this game. We did not come here to play mock sport with people's lives. We do not come here to parade and have fed every other day, as is what is happening in Folkestone, because every activity is a fete for them. It is not about the business of the people. It's not about the disabled in this community that needs the intervention. It is not about the children that need the help and the intervention. It is not about the single mothers and fathers in this constituency that need the intervention. It's not about the youth that they have ignored. It is not about the youth that we are trying to change their lives around. That every week when we open the newspaper, we see another young life is lost because they took the wrong path or they had poor judgment. We have a government that does not care. We have a government that only cares about its friends. We have a government that only cares about its families. And we have a government that brings a candidate in this constituency for over a year. And all he has to say is that I will promise this and I will promise that. He has yet to intervene on any of the matters of this constituency. Not one. He drives and parades in those locations with the poor conditions of the roads. You see them in those vehicles. Boop, 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 boop. Not a word. Not a word. And he has his campaign manager with him, who is the minister responsible for transport and works. And they're not embarrassed to come knocking at your doors because they believe that you do not have a right to stand up for yourself. But I am here to stand up and intervene on your behalf. I am here to amplify your rights. I am here to let this government know that we mean business, that the business of the people is important business. It is not a bacchanal and it's not a papi show. It is serious business. Because when I go around in this constituency, what I've seen, I was not prepared for it. I was not prepared for the kinds of challenges that I saw, the concerns and the issues that I saw, and the human indignities that I saw and witnessed. And when I spoke with my campaign team, my canvas team, I told them I grew 10 years older because of what I saw. I had to build a stronger heart to deal with some of the cries and the concerns that I heard from mothers and the elders in this constituency. And we have a government that is telling us that they will give our citizens $300 to turn their eyes on the suffering of the constituents in this constituency. It is a lack of respect. It is a lack of dignity. It is a lack of pride of being a true Barbadian. Our integrity has been lost. And I will send a message to the Barbados Labour Party. You have lost your soul. You have lost your integrity as a Barbadian, to know that you live in this country, that you govern in this country, and that our citizens, the most vulnerable in our citizens, have to live and endure what they have been enjoying in the last 35 years. But let me rest assured, my dear constituents, I am here to work on your behalf. I am committed to work on your behalf. I am not here with promises. I am here with priorities. My priorities are solid. They are firm. They're people-oriented. It has to deal with how we treat our citizens, our everyday citizens, our citizens that have worked hard to build this country where it is today. And we have a candidate and a government and a prime minister that comes openly in our faces and tells us that this election, this by-election does not matter to them. Because win or lose, the candidate returns from his job. He returns to be a senator, and he returns to be a minister of educational transformation. This is the kind of corrupt government that we're dealing with. This is the kind of government that we must ensure that they never see the steps of Parliament ever again. And we will start with St. James North. We must remain resolute. We must find the courage within our hearts. This is not about party politics. This is not about the red, the blue, or the yellow, or the pink, or whatever color. This is about the country. This is a pledge that we took, that you pledge allegiance to your country and to your flag, and to uphold and honor them. And this is what you decided that you would have done as a Barbadian, whether you born here or whether you migrated here as myself. You took an oath of allegiance to defend and honor your country. And it doesn't matter who is standing there in front of us, but we will stand and rise against them in defense of our country. We will ensure that they know that when we say we are Barbadian citizens, that we defend every Barbadian. We defend every Barbadian, including those from St. James North, which is also declared as a safe seat. A safe seat? How can it be a safe seat? When was the last time did you come here? When was the last time have you spoken to your constituents, apart from their birthdays? These are the kinds of questions that we've been asking for all these weeks. And we had a candidate that has been there for an entire year. And not one intervention has been done. Not one. My dear constituents, my advice and guidance and counsel to you is this evening is self-reflection. Take the opportunity to think about the future of this country. We know that this country is at a crossroads. We know that your vote will right the wrongs of this government. We know that your vote will determine the future of the children of this country and constituency. We have seen that this country and this government has denied children of the basic rights, the basic fundamental rights when it comes to education. And we have this same candidate returning to the Ministry of Education. My dear constituents, for those who are undecided, for those who are members of the Barbados Labour Party, I am appealing to you. This election and tomorrow will be a defining moment for Barbados. Your vote will allow the opposition to have a stronger voice in Parliament. We have seen what this government is capable of doing. They make agreements in secrecy, in the depth of night. This is a government we can no longer trust. Every time we turn around the corner, this government is making agreements that the people of Barbados are unaware of. This is a government that is self-contained. It is self-contained because only people within the inner circle are the ones that are benefiting. And that is why you see them trying their best to get that candidate in. Because they know that once he is in, he will follow their orders. He will do exactly what they tell him to do. He doesn't seem to be a man that can think of his own. He doesn't seem to be a man that can stand up for the rights of people of this country. We need someone that will continuously advocate and champion on the rights of every Barbadian. And this is what I have continuously done from the moment I landed in Barbados. And that will not change. When we go to the ballot box tomorrow, you are making a decision not only for yourself, for the development of this country. We are dealing with a tyrant. We are dealing with a tyrant. It means that we have one person that is governing this country. And we know that tyrants cannot stand up against our opposition leader. We know that tyrant knows that the Democratic Labour Party means business. And we will not stand by and allow them to infringe on the rights of our citizens of this country. So I need you to go home early this evening after this meeting. I need you to pray faithfully. But I need you to most importantly think about your decision. And that decision that you'll make is for the country. I am appealing to you to give me the opportunity to serve you in my best capacity. I will work hard. I will be determined. I will put your interest as my priority as I have done. I will leave no stone unturned when it comes to your rights. And most importantly, I will stand up against that tyrannical person in government and make sure that they do not last too long in this government, which we call the Barbados government. So I'm asking you, and I'm appealing. They will have the pencils in there, but just in case, walk with one. Walk with your pencils, because we want to ensure that when you get there, you put that X next to Felicia Dujon. But that X next to Felicia Dujon also means that you're standing up against a tyrannical government. You're telling them no more. We've had enough of you, and it's time for you to go. Thank you, my brothers and sisters.
Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we voting with Dujon.
Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we voting with Dujon.
Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we voting with Dujon.
Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we voting with Dujon.
For a brighter tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money and...
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the candidate. And I am sure constituents of St. James North compare that speech to any other that you have heard. And you must be left tomorrow with one and only one choice. And that is to vote for Felicia Dujon from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. that come when the final vote is tallied, ladies and gentlemen, we must hear the returning officer as he stands on the steps of Gordon Greenwich Primary School and he says to the public of Barbados and the constituents of St. James North, I declare Felicia Dujon to be the duly elected representative for the constituency of St. James North. Ladies and gentlemen, you can do no different. I urge you, I beseech you, a vote for Felicia Dujon is a vote to end any form of dictatorship that is going on in this country. So ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on. And I bring to you the man from St. Michael, the former Minister of Tourism. They tell me one of the best. And I agree. I agree. I bring to you none other than Mr. Richard Seeley.
Voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. On this voice for the people, that is what we want. That is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is the problem.
Good night, folks from Upper Carlton, Lower Carlton, St. James North, those who are, of course, from outside of the constituency like myself, and I'm going to ask you to bear with me because I have a few things to say and I want to accord priority to a message to the next representative for St. James North, Felicia Dujon, and it is something that could easily apply to some of the other soon-to-be MPs that I see as well here. I'm not going to try to call names because I know I'll forget someone. But it is important that you understand as a representative, and bear with me because I'm speaking specifically to the voters of St. James North. Tomorrow, you have a decision to make, and I will not get another chance to speak to you again. So I have to say something that is quite important. And to Felicia, the reality is, as a parliamentary representative, you can't do everything for everybody. And David Estwick is here. Ralph Thorne, who's a current member, will tell you. You're going to disappoint some people. But enlightened representation, and I can only speak based on my own experience, is that you recognize that fact. Even in time of plenty, even when you're in government, even when you're in a ministry where you can dole out some goodies and get some jobs and so for constituents, even then you can't please everybody. What defines effective and, in my view, conscientious and enlightened representation is how you manage that limitation. How you can deal with the fact that there are those who will not be able to deliver for. And that speaks to humanity, it speaks to having a good heart. And in my view, based on what I have seen of Felicia, I think I'm at the stage now where I can call her that by first name. I think we're close enough that I can say that. What I have seen from Felicia is someone who has the right cocktail to be an effective parliamentary representative. She is a ball of energy in terms of doing work up and down the lengths and breadths of this constituency. It's not like St. Michael South Central, they got some hills and things, you know, you gotta be able to work. And she's done that. But along with that, she has displayed time and time again, as recently as tonight when she was standing in this very spot. The heart she feels. She's very compelling when she speaks about people who are enduring challenges. And as I said, sometimes you're limited in what you can do. But the one thing you can always do is have a heart and identify with people and make them feel special. And Felicia has that quality. And it is why I have no difficulty, as I say, hours before the polls will open, in saying to the people of St. James North that you can vote for her and get a quality representative. And I thank you, those of you from outside of the constituency, for bearing with me, for allowing me to speak directly to those from St. James North, because I need to make that point. Now, you've heard a lot of reasons tonight, and you're going to hear some more tonight, why this government doesn't deserve your vote. But I thought that I would upfront accord priority to why I think you can vote for Felicia Dujon. You know, and in that regard, something came to my attention that suggested to me that some effort has been made to introduce these xenophobic or jingoistic elements, and suggesting that somehow Felicia should not be in Parliament because she happened to have been born in a neighboring island. I find it very paradoxical, because some of what, well, one particular meme that came to me featured someone who is under the ploy of the office of Prime Minister. Now, I find that quite interesting. A Prime Minister who is up and down the place declaring themselves as a champion of the region, but yet someone who is employed directly or indirectly or under contract by the Prime Minister's office could be putting out that foolishness. And it just goes to show, in my view, the level of desperation that the Barbados Labour Party have reached, because if you had the seat covered, you wouldn't have to sink that low. It also shows you the extent to which morning and evening words in the case of Motley simply don't match. The inconsistency. It is convenient to declare yourself a champion of the region, but then when you think it suits you, you can try to become a xenophobe or indirectly through people that work for you. Well, I think we've dealt with that issue. And for the record, the Motleys ain't come here in the Olive Blossom. They ain't from, but all of us came from somewhere else. And I think, as I said, I think I put my position already. I think Felicia Dujon is eminently qualified to be a parliamentary representative, and I look forward to her walking up those steps and joining the leader of the opposition and providing quality representation for the people here, as well as enhancing our opposition effort as we embark on our crusade to rescue Barbados, because that is the stage that it has reached. You know, I spoke about the crime situation last time I had an opportunity to speak on this campaign, and I find it quite interesting that, of course, since then, things haven't gotten any better. I heard of an incident even in the vicinity of the Old Town Police Station, and that tells you exactly the levels that we have reached. And you see, just as easy as the Brits can give an advisory on the beaches and the sargassum seaweed, they could just as easily give you an advisory on the crime situation. We all know that safety and security are brand elements in the tourism sector, and it is very important not only for our own citizens, but as the driver of our economy. Tourism does in fact require us to get a grip on this situation. And so I hope that we can also keep that utmost in mind, because as I said earlier already, that is something that we can't lose sight of. It is extremely important that we have some clarity in that regard. I've been asked to give some details on a very important piece of information because of something that I was involved with prior to 2018. You've heard the reason for the gun crime is because the scanners in the port weren't working. Now, I alluded to this before, but I'm going to give you a few details tonight because I was asked to do it, and I think it's important. It is a flagrant lie, okay? There was a scanner in 2007. It came in for the World Cup. It was not working properly. And so the board that worked with me as a minister we had a Smith scanner installed in 2016. It was a mobile scanner that 2 security officers from the port were trained in how to move it around. And any challenge that was had with the scanner were operational in terms of coordinating with customs. Customs are very special people in both ports of entry. You can't tell them what to do. And the scanners were very much working. They were Smith scanners, and they were worked in conjunction with other scanners, the one from 2007. These are the scanners that scan the containers. There were also scanners in the passenger area. But we all know, and nobody honestly believes, that the guns you are seeing now are guns that came in here prior to 2018. You see the artillery these fellas moving with now? There's modern stuff, man. Them fellas ain't got nothing to do with what happened under the last government. And we all know this. It is a cop-out. And the truth is, a gun could still be effective after 100 years. So if we're going to start blaming previous governments for guns, we could keep on and on and on in that regard. The issue is not the number of guns in Barbados, you know. The issue is the number of people who are willing to squeeze the trigger. That has increased. And therefore, you have to attack this problem at the human level. And that's why it's important to listen to what Verla was saying in terms of the multifaceted approach you have to take to the young people to steer them away from a life of crime. That is why it is so important that we understand that Barbados is more than an economy, it's a society. This is what we have been preaching, and this is what time and time again we are proven right on. But in regard to the tourism business as well too, because we have a few people from this constituency who are involved in the tourism sector, I would say, and I have been asked, how is it that the government can claim these high numbers, but yet our taxi operators, our hairdressers on the beach, indeed our tourism workers, are not seeing it or feeling it, not experiencing it? Well, unfortunately, we don't have any revenue figures for the past couple of years. They stopped doing that, and they know why, I guess. But even at the level of numbers, since those machines were implemented at the airport, you know, when you come in the airport, you don't have to fill in the ED card anymore. You swipe your passport at a machine. We don't have any accurate numbers. We're relying on estimates because there was a push to go towards that paperless system. We don't know the accurate numbers from a number of different destinations. So when you hear Ian Gilding-Bourne bragging about these numbers, all he has are numbers from the airport that would include in-transit passengers, include Bajans coming back home, include Bajans who may be resident abroad. We don't have accurate numbers as far as our arrivals are concerned. So naturally those numbers are inflated. Now you will ask, but why not fix it? Well, your guess is as good as mine. Because my information is that there is software available that will allow that system to function, to scrub the information that is collected in such a way that you could have accurate information in order to provide you with what you need to plan. You say, what is the reason for arrivals? Because as a tourism planner, you have to be able to sit down with the airlines and put programs in place, and of course the tour operators. But none of that is taking place, so unfortunately, even though you're hearing one thing, you're experiencing another. But also important to this constituency, in my view, is the situation with respect to Sandals, just north of Speightstown, the Sandals Beaches project. You were told in 2018 and 2019 that it was put on hold because they were not happy with the arrangements of the previous government, of which I was a part of. Now we are hearing that the Sandals project is back on. We have not heard what arrangements have been made to that arrangement. I can tell you that the 2nd day of October 2013, I stood up in Parliament and read a complete statement detailing everything we were doing with respect to both of the Sandals projects. Why is it that this government that professes to be the champions of transparency haven't said one word of English to the people of this country? And it's something that affects St. James North in a special way. Much of the northern part of this constituency is basically a suburb of Speightstown. There are jobs to be had and opportunities for business people if we can get that project going. But you've messed around with it for 6 years, and we haven't heard any reason why it was delayed in the first place. And no information on what is it that this new deal, this revised deal, this amended deal looks like with Sandals Resort National. I think that that's something that we should talk about, though. I heard the leader of the opposition speaking to the issue of integrity legislation and the fact that they made heavy of it, and we haven't seen it yet. And here it is now, an opportunity to be transparent on something that affects this constituency, something that affects the tourism sector, and nothing else. So I am going to make a formal do what I did with the original Sandals deal. Draft a statement and read it out in Parliament and lay it there that everybody can have sight of it. That's all I'm asking you to do. What at it, you might want to toss in the Afri-Exim Bank arrangements as well too. You know, since it's so transparent, we want to know all the details of that. While you're at it, you could also let us know about the whole town civic center and the business with Trents as well too. I am just saying, you yourself, Madam Transparency Prime Minister. So let me hear about the whole town. Let me hear about the Afri-Exim Bank. Let me hear about Sandals Resorts International. We want to hear about all of these things. And I think it is only fair, and it is consistent with what we believe good government should be about. I'm proud to say, and there were people who probably didn't think that we should have, gone so public with those arrangements, because, the truth is, a government doesn't have to publicize concessions, but we chose to do it. But because of the nature of it, we thought we had to do it. So we are seeing this business of where the government just doesn't seem to want to say one thing and do something else. But, you know, Ralph has done a brilliant job as opposition leader, but I think we all agree we need to strengthen the opposition in Barbados. And in that regard, as I said earlier, I think we have the ideal person in Felicia Dujon at this time. And the two of them don't need to worry, because we can be joining them shortly as well too, and try to clean up this whole situation as well. So this is the start of a mission, the start of a crusade. This is serious business. Barbados is slipping and sliding, and we simply don't recognize this place anymore. Right after I heard about that robbery adjacent to the Old Town police station, I understand someone was on the call-in program talking about living in fear, literally locking themselves in a room. It has reached that point. And a few people have to be prepared to stand up and say, look, we are going to do things differently. The issue of crime, the issue of the prevention of crime, if you prefer me to say that, is one of the biggest, if not the biggest issue affecting almost every single Barbadian. And we have to get to the bottom of that. There are a number of things that we plan to do, and we have to focus on that. And I would want, of course, to associate myself with all of those wonderful efforts, as well as what we are doing to address the issues of the cost of living as well too. It has been a pleasure, as I say, to see a genuine old-time political campaign to win the hearts and minds of the people of St. James North. We haven't had all of the flash and the razzmatazz. We haven't, of course, had state resources to abuse as well too. And even get into that, certain state agencies involved in the campaign are wrapping up now, don't worry. We haven't had all of that, but what we have had is a genuine campaign to attack the issues by speaking to the people at the level of their minds and at their hearts as well, in order to bring some quality representation, and through the quality representation to improve the situation in our country. And I think that at this stage I salute everyone for their efforts, and let us continue at this stage now, tomorrow, to make sure that we get our people out and they get their people out, so we can bring home the St. James North seat for the Democratic Labour Party. And by this time tomorrow night, we should all be saying congratulations, MP Felicia Dujon. Thank you very much.
Felicia, we voting Felicia, yes we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to move on. Our next speaker hails from the east, even though in the west. A former Minister of Agriculture, and what he has forgotten, this current Minister of Agriculture has not learned yet. A medical doctor by profession. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you none other, your man, Dr. David Estwick.
Felicia, yes we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes we going with Dujon.
Pleasant good evening to all the residents who can hear my voice in St. James North, and all those who are listening on stream, I want to say to you that it indeed is a privilege and a pleasure to stand here tonight on behalf of the Democratic Labour Party and Felicia Dujon. I am confident of a few things. That ignorance and treachery will not prevail. I am also confident that when I hear a lot of rubbish being spoken by the members on the other side, I have a duty and a responsibility as a former minister of the government to call it out. Look, it bothers me immensely, and when I say immensely, I mean immensely. When a member of parliament, while speaking in the same by-election for the other side, can label an educated woman in this country as a nobody. The history of the colonial legacy is lost on that individual. In fact, common sense can find no space in his brain. Felicia is an educated woman, a teacher, a wife, a mother that contributes to the development of this country. But to contrast her nobodiness with Chad being somebody because he was an ambassador to Geneva, to the ILO, to the WTO, is rather unfortunate and an insult to intelligent barbarians. Those experiences do not equip you to be a good representative at all. And I know about those experiences because I used to go to all of them representing the Democratic Labour Party. In fact, it is more likely that those experiences will make him disconnect with the regular constituents in this constituency. St. James North was represented by Royal Eastman, and then by Edmund Hickson for 35 years. They were both lawyers. Well, I guess each of them was a nobody because they never were ambassadors nowhere that I know about. Let me put this way. The DLP cannot be blamed for the poor representation in this constituency. If there are poor roads, blame the BLP. If there's a lack of small business opportunities, blame the BLP. If there's high unemployment, blame the BLP. If there is poor farming opportunities, blame the BLP. If there is an abundance of overgrown bush and grass posing a hazard to motorists and pedestrians, blame the BLP. If there's improper drainage causing flooding for residents, blame the BLP. If there are no community centers, who you gonna blame? The BLP. In a sad state of disrepair, that community center, who you gonna blame? Let me put it this way. Look, Chad is one of them. He was nurtured by them. He was molded by them. Then pray tell me, how he is going to be different from Roll Eastman and Edmund Hinkson. Birds of a feather do what? What monkey see monkey? So St. James North, I am begging you please tonight, do not waste your time going back down the same road over and over and keep hoping for better representation, election after election, spanning the last 35 years. I am saying to you tonight, Felicia Dujon can and will do better, because her life is about nurturing the youth, about engaging, helping young people to do better. That is what teachers do. You don't acquire skills to represent people in Geneva. Constituents of St. James North, what you do tomorrow is very important to this country. You are the barometer that people will watch to see if you continue the path that this country is on. You must be the catalyst for change tomorrow. And you must continue to be the catalyst for change whenever the general election is called. But let me make a definitive set of statements here to that one called Kerry Simmons. Because the half a puppet that he is decided to go in Rockdundo and say, blame COVID, climate change, and the ashfall from Soufriere for the high cost of living in Barbados. A statement that is pregnant with misinformation and wickedness. Let me tell you a few things, and I want to be very deliberate here, because I want to educate the people in St. James North as to why the cost of living is the way it is. Let me detail the evidence for you. On coming to office, the government introduced the following tax measures in Barbados to raise revenue as the pillar for their fiscal policy measures under the BERT program. Many of those policies were inflationary in Barbados. And I want you to remember the words of the leader of the opposition at the time when she was leading the opposition. These were her words. You cannot tax your way out of a recession. And that Barbadians were taxed to death by the DLB. But this is precisely what that woman has done with a bunch of neighbors that have. You don't worry, I ain't afraid of none of them. Because when I sat in Parliament for 15 years, I sat across from Owen Arthur, I sat across from Maskell, I sat across from Anthony Wood, I sat across from Erskine Griffith, from Tyrone Barker, so all them are a bunch of mental misses. They can't come around me with nothing. Nothing. Let me go through the taxes one by one. And I'm going to do this being very conscious of the time, given that our political leader has to speak. When the government came to office, that's the first thing they did. Number one, increase income tax on the middle income Barbadians earning $75,000 a year and up. 2, increase and introduce a 40 cent per tax per liter of gasoline. That was inflationary because businesses pass on that increased cost to you. They increase diesel by 40 cents as well. So all of the businesses that had to put additional costs in their transportation budget passed them on to you. Under the government, a blatant and willful attack on the poor people in Barbados. They increased the bus fares from $1.50 per trip to $3 per trip and 50 cents. That price was inflationary to you. It would have eroded your disposable income. That's the income you have to spend. Oh, coming down there, girl. That was an attack on the most vulnerable in Barbados. But don't forget, that is number 4. Number 5, the government placed a 22% tax on the supply of mobile services, of voice data, and text messaging. That tax increased the price of the services to you. The government increased the land tax rates in Barbados. For middle classes and businesses, the businesses pass on the increased cost to you. That is number 6. Number 7, and this one is a doozy. The government removed the municipal solid waste tax implemented by the Democratic Labour Party and put in place a garbage and sewage contribution tax. Now let me explain to you this. The municipal solid waste tax was a tax on property. A tax on property of a specific value of the property. The poor and the vulnerable were spared. But look what she did. The garbage and sewage contribution tax increased the residential rates of water by $1.50 per day or $45 per month. This was imposed on poor people, on pensioners, and it made like to be Barbados. You see why the prices where they are. Number 8, the government garbage and sewage contribution tax increased the water rates to businesses by 40% at the time that the tax took effect. What do you think the businesses would do? They pass on that increase by their products, goods and services sold to you. So don't let them come down here and tell you a bunch of poppycock. Nine. Some of them out there like 9 very bad, you know. 9 out there, you know. The government introduced a VAT of 17.5% on purchases made over the internet from any retailer outside of Barbados. Inflationary in nature because it decreased your buying power. 10. The government introduced a 2% foreign exchange fee made by a business or an individual in a currency other than Barbados dollars. In other words, when you import something, you will be paying 17.5 plus 2%. You see why the prices the way they are in Barbados? Come around here and tell you nonsense. Let them not come and challenge me. I will straddle them. The government, there's 11. The government increased the fees to collect barrels from the Brixton Port. discretionary in nature and an attack on the poor. And it decreased the disposable and discretionary income of poor people. Number 12, the government increased the fees to collect packages from the post office. You all need to understand what these people did. But this one, I find, takes the cake. Because I was Minister of Agriculture. And when I was there, we protected all of the farmers in the Integrated Rural Development Program, or the Land Lease Program, with respect to their water rates. The rates to the farmers in those programs was 60 cents per cubic meter of water. You know, they increased it from 60 cents to $1.80. Do you understand why a breadfruit costs $25 in the supermarket? Do you understand why agricultural products skyrocketed? We need to understand that this isn't about whether you like a BLP or DLP man or woman. I don't care about that. I lay the facts out for you, and you use your common sense to determine whether this is what you will support and whether you will continue to support. Because tomorrow is that decision that you have to take. But let me say this even further. Number 14. People who own plantations in Barbados and who have water wells plantations. They just moved to increase and tax water coming from those wells. If they do that, what is the plantations going to do when they produce produce? Increase the cost to you. But this one, 15, is another big one. When the government was looking for a way to show up the NIS that they mash up, they're mashed up because they forced the NIS to take investments into the ABC highway, in gems. You need to remember these things. They forced the NIS to invest in Four Seasons. All of these projects that they get back a cent, and then when they restructure the debt, they refuse to pay back $1.3 billion to the NIS. When the better understand what I say, you know, these are the facts. I got all the data. I have all of them. But you know, what I well, is this. We just went through a budget in 2025. Do you know I just explained to you 14 items that the government introduced that caused inflation in the country? Do you know they went back and did the same thing in the budget? Let me go through these ones again. Look, they spoke about resilience measures. The government indicated that with effect from the 1st of April, so it's gone through already, government will repurpose the catastrophe fund into the resilience and regeneration fund. They said as of the repurpose, employees' contribution will now go up from 0.1 to 0.25%, as well as self-employed people in Barbados. And all the pressure that you know struggling every day to buy food, they're going to come and make it more difficult for you to eat on a day-to-day basis and pay your bills. And now walk about telling you vote for them. I know why we like to put them in. But that is not all. They decided that they're going to expand the contribution pool to the same fund. Let me tell you what they said they're going to do. All employers in Barbados must now match the contributions of the employees. Pray tell me, this is added cost to the businesses. This cost will be passed on to consumers that buy the goods and services from those businesses. Inflationary in nature. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. 4 or 5 financial consultants, and all of them got the head up in the rarefied air that ain't got no. But this is the one that I want Barbadians not to be fooled about. This is the one I hear they're talking about a 2% annual automatic increase in the minimum wage. Suppose it started January 1st, 2026. Look, that is a bunch of nonsense. During the COVID pandemic, when nobody was coming to Barbados, and businesses were shutting down right, left, and center, and people had to be sent home, it's that time to automatically increase wages. You're a bunch of idiots. When we had a similar problem during the great financial crisis between 2008 and 2013, businesses were shutting down left, right, and center. Is that the time to mandate an increase in wages when the businesses shutting down and can't survive? But where these people went to school? Where these people went to school? Look. And I want to say this to people who think that the new minimum wage agreement is a good one. I like the idea that people should be paid for the work that they do. But if a businessman thinks that he can't afford the increased cost of his business, what are you going to do? Or reduce the number of hours of work. And if he has what in economics we call pricing power, that he believes he's going to increase prices, that is he's going to pass on increased prices in order to deal with the cost increases to himself. These people really understand what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. And I can tell you something, all that does is create a potential set of internal conflicts between labor and the employers in this country. But this one, I find a little bit repulsive. You told Barbadians, go and line up for $300. I happy for them. Spend the money. But understand what I'm going to tell you now, and don't let nobody play you for idiot and play politics with your life and future. according to the estimates of expenditure and revenue for 2025-26, this government can't cover its own expenses. It is spending $1.2 billion more than it gets in the revenue. If you're spending $1.2 billion more than getting revenue, you can give away money. That is tantamount to you earning $2,000 when the month comes. And your bills are $3,000 a month. But you decide to go and give every charity in Barbados $300. These are the facts that none of them can come and challenge. None of them. But I have to make room for the political leader. And I want to just essentially go forward with this set of statements. I do not believe that there is any Barbadian now who is honest with themselves can say that the life in Barbados is no better than the life that was in Barbados 10 years ago. It is a duty of your government to make the lives of the people better, and it's a duty of all of us to make sure that we leave a better Barbados for our children. There's no Barbadian can say there's a better Barbados for their children. No. Not when our children fail in primary school. Not when our children fail in secondary school. Not when some of the children don't know whether they are boys or girls. Now you have a situation where this government is telling you about educational transformation. But educational transformation from what to what? From what to what? In fact, 11 plus was supposed to be abandoned, I think in 2019, if my memory serves me correctly. It's still going on. Let me reason with Barbadians for the last minute I have. Look, the agenda of this government is an agenda not created by them. It is an agenda that is designed by the European Union and that group who believe that they have a right to determine certain cultural values for us. And not only cultural values, values that are determined that will make us who we are. But they want to introduce a hands-off approach with respect to the education of our children. No, parents must always have a hand in the education of the children. It cannot be the school to determine that alone. That is European. That is alien to all of us. And I ain't going to be part of it. Because I have read all the documents, all the declarations, and I will never want to see in this little country that somebody tell you nonsense about gender fluidity and sexual fluidity. So you could like a man today and like a boy tomorrow and a woman next month. And you could be a girl today and then be a woman, a boy next month. I am not going down that road. Two sperms cannot support and advance the human race in this country. Two eggs can't do it either. So I know what my position is. So St. James North, you have a choice to make. You have a lady who is genuine. You have a lady who is a molder of the youth. A one who wants to see them succeed. A one that is not going to sit down, but will represent your interests every day, morning or night, in Parliament. And all I can say to you, ladies and gentlemen, Barbados will be watching you tomorrow. The international community will be watching you tomorrow. And I'm going to ask you, do the right thing. Because as I said earlier, there is no Barbadian who can say today that the life in Barbados is better than the life Barbados allowed for 10 years ago. Not with rapid crime and everything that's going on. So go out in your numbers and vote from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening. Get your friends and organize transport. And I want you to cast that X for Felicia Dujon because she is the better choice and the right choice. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. An honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. But for a brighter tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary with mission-driven quality. Forget the old talk around, Dujon bring it through her presentation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is this time that is my greatest pleasure to bring to you tonight to the podium the one and only, the leader of the opposition, the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you comrade leader, Mr. Ralph Thorne.
We going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we going with Dujon.
Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we going with Dujon.
Felicia, she is the one.
Yes, we going with Dujon.
Honest for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living got we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. But for a brighter tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And good night to the residents of this street, and good night to the supporters and the members of the Democratic Labour Party, and good night to the media and to all those persons who are present here tonight. I have said on every occasion that I've spoken that I'll be very brief. And if I'm not brief tonight, I will end up in the law courts. So I'm forced to be brief. But I don't mind being brief because it is the end of a campaign, and look, the quality that you've seen here tonight, the quality, I listened to every speech. My good comrade from K-Field days, Dr. Estwick. Doctor, welcome back. Welcome back, David. Dynamic as ever, Richard. Richard Seeley, welcome back. Although you spoke the other night. And the party is in good shape. The party is in exceptionally good shape. So that while I'm brief tonight, you would understand that I'm brief because in this party and in this platform, I am well pleased. There's nothing to add to the speeches that were made here tonight. And if there's anything to add, and I promise you I'm going to be brief. If there's anything I will add, I will want to express gratitude to Verla De Peiza. Is Verla still with us? Excellent. Excellent. I've been talking about the political anatomy of the person who has the privilege to lead this country, Mia Motley, and Mia Motley is taking this country well on its way to destruction. And Verla painted a picture of her participation in the political life of this country and now the constitutional life of this country. And we must all be aware as to what Mia Motley is doing and what is Mia Motley's business in relation to democracy in this country. And you know, we hear the words democracy and justice and we take them for granted. And we cannot. A few weeks ago, I told Mia Motley that she has no business telephoning the Auditor General of this country and asking him to give account for a report that he was writing. And you know, we will take these things for granted because as far as we are concerned, who is the Auditor General? How does he relate to our everyday life? Well, the Auditor General checks on government spending. And government does not spend its own money. Government spends your money. And therefore, the auditor is there to ensure that there's no impropriety in the manner in which government spends your money. Because if the Office of Auditor General did not exist, this government would do all that it does without scrutiny, without the scrutiny of an accountant. And the Auditor General is an accountant. And all monies that pass through government and all government expenditures are subject to the scrutiny of the Auditor General. And so that office is independent from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has no control over that office. Because if he is a watchdog, if he scrutinizes the spending by government, the government must not ever be in a position to influence his report. That is, in other words, and I'm going to say it plainly, the Auditor General is there to ensure, I use the word propriety. I'm going to use a different word now. The Auditor General is in a position to ensure that the government does not steal your money. That is how it is. And I'm going to use plain language tonight. And we move from the Auditor General, whom she recognized today when she spoke to you or last night. She acknowledged that she has no business in the manner in which he does his work. Last night, she acknowledged that she has no business in the manner in which the Director of Public Prosecutions does his work. And Verla mentioned it tonight. She has no business in that. The power to prosecute resides in one human being in this country. In other words, a decision taken as to whether you will be charged in a court, input at the risk of imprisonment. That decision rests under the laws of Barbados with one human being, and that human being is called a Director of Public Prosecutions. All of us in this country who are powerless are at risk from day to day of being charged in a court. If we do wrong, the Director of Public Prosecutions has the power to determine whether we will be dragged before a court and charged and exposed to imprisonment. Under the laws of Barbados, the Prime Minister has no power to influence the decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions. That is how serious it is, and you must understand why it is like that. Because if the Prime Minister had the power to determine who in this country could be charged, she would make decision based on political considerations. In other words, if she had to choose between a B and a D to determine which one of them would be charged, obviously, all of us here tonight, the Dems and the freedom-loving people of Barbados who love the Dems, and the freedom-loving people of Barbados who will vote for the Dems, all of us would be at risk. And so therefore, your laws, look, I am given a cheap class in constitutional law. And you need to know this because you need your rights. Not only do you need to know your rights, you need to understand your liabilities. You need to understand the risk that you face in life. There's always a risk of unfair prosecution. If a prime minister were to participate in prosecutions in this country, a prime minister is likely to favor the Bs and to disadvantage the Dems. And therefore, there's something in separation of powers. It says, it means just what it says, that powers are separated between government, the officials of state. Explain to you that it is only the director of public prosecutions and law of this country, under the constitution of this country, that has sole and exclusive power to make a decision as to whether a person will be charged with the court and exposed to imprisonment. Power on the basis of a separation of powers. As I said, it means just what it says, that the powers are divided between various officials of state, and the power exercised by one is not to be influenced by the power exercised by another. And I've explained to you that it is the director of public prosecutions who has the sole and exclusive authority and power to prosecute persons in this country. The prime minister's powers, I told you, it is something called separate powers. Class in law, these are things that you need to know as you go through life in this country. I explain to you again, from day to day, when we wake in this country, all of us are at risk, whether justly or unjustly. We are always at the risk of being prosecuted. I want you to understand that. And sometimes people in this country just as she cannot touch and concern the powers of the Auditor General as he audits government, as he gives a report on separation of powers. The powers of to the cabinet. She chairs the cabinet, and they make decisions from day to day. In other words, they run the country. They make decisions from day to day. Those decisions are called executive powers. The powers of the Director of Public Prosecutions are legal powers. And the Prime Minister cannot make legal prosecutorial power in this country. And therefore, when she is making comment on a decision made by the Director of Public Prosecutions as to whether he must prosecute or whether he must terminate a case, she is out of her bounds. Because when she starts to make comments on his decisions, the next thing she will try to do is to influence his decisions and to determine who in this country must be charged. And she does not have that power. And you've heard me say this for the extent of this campaign, and I'm going to continue to say it. Ryan Walters, you gave a brilliant speech tonight. And I spoke with Ryan a few days ago, and I explained to Ryan why I am calling Neil Rowe's name. This is not supportive of Neil Rowe. This statement that I am making based on Neil Rowe's statement reflects the dangers that we are facing in this country. It reflects the dangers that we are facing in this country. And Neil Rowe came out and said, Neil Rowe came out of a court after he was freed and said that a colleague of his in Parliament committed the offense of perjury. In other words, that he went to a court and lied on him. And lied on him. And Neil Rowe that he was set up. This is the country we're living in. And it came from the mouth of Neil Rowe. I don't care which side he is on. Because he exposed wrongdoing, possible wrongdoing in this government. When a man says he was set up, he is talking about the criminal offense of conspiracy. We are living in a country in which a member of parliament said that he was a victim of a conspiracy to charge him, convict him, and lock him up. He said that, and he called the name of a cabinet colleague, or rather he called the name of a parliamentary colleague who happens to be in cabinet. And Mayor Motley should pay attention to that. Mayor Motley needs to leave the Director of Public Prosecutions alone. The burning issue in this country in terms of law and prosecution and criminality and the court relates to what Neil Rowe said to the media last week or week before last. He said, and he called his name, so nobody is committing any defamation here. He said the man lied on him under oath. Then he went on to say, without calling any names, that he was set up. That is the criminal offense of conspiracy. Neil Rowe has told this country that we live in, and this is not a defense of him. This is a fear that all of us who may not be parliamentarians are at risk of being set up. That is how serious it is. That a government that doesn't understand its power, a government that does not understand its power can become a government that joins itself with conspiracies to lock up people. I didn't make that up. That is what Rowe said. Rowe said while he was rejoicing in his acquittal. And so that is how serious life is in Barbados tonight. And you know why life is like that in Barbados tonight? Because this government promised you 3-4 years ago that it was going to bring a new constitution. They're not concerned. They're not concerned. All your individual rights, the right to life, the right to freedom, the right to stand up out here, which is called the right to freedom of assembly and association, all those rights are protected under the Constitution. You are here tonight because we have a constitution in this country, or at least we have had one. And we have had one that past governments have been prepared to respect. It is clear that this government does not respect the Constitution of this country. And if this government respected the Constitution of this country, Mayor Motley would not be trespassing on the powers of the Director of Public Prosecutions. She would not be trespassing on the powers of the Auditor General. And if she were to mind her business, she would call in Wilfred Abrams tomorrow, as she ought to have called in Wilfred Abrams last week and asked him to give account for the statement that Neil Rowe made. It is as serious as that, because you have a member of a government who is accused of lying in court. He cannot, if that is true, he cannot function as a member of the cabinet. He couldn't function in the US, he couldn't function in Britain, he couldn't function in Jamaica, he could not function in Guyana nor Trinidad. Why is it that tonight Wilfred Abrams is being allowed to function as a minister of cabinet in this country in the light of what his colleagues say? And we carrying on as if things are fine and dandy. And it is clear that your prime minister has no respect for the separation of powers. It is clear that your prime minister has no respect for the law. It is clear that your prime minister has no respect for the Constitution when she breaches the right of public officials to carry on their business without interference or without influence. It is as serious as that. So that while we're standing out here tonight, believing that tomorrow is just about casting an X, tomorrow is about defending rights and freedoms in this country, because this government has undermined individual and collective rights and freedoms in your country. And what Rose said last week discloses that this is a government that represents a threat to freedom and democracy and justice in your country. And I warn you about that. I warn you about that, Barbados. Let tomorrow, when you vote for the Democratic Labour Party, as Richard said so eloquently tonight, let it represent the journey towards freedom and justice in this country. Let it represent that. Let it be the beginning of the end of this Barbados Labour Party in government, because tomorrow is about strengthening the opposition. Tomorrow is about giving this country a strong opposition. And when the general election comes, it is about giving Barbados a strong government. And this government has proved that it cannot be strong government. This government has shown that it is illegitimate in the exercise of power. This government has demonstrated to you that it will not let public officials function. And when other public officials cannot function, your rights are at risk. Dictatorship. And Mia Motley is a dictator. Owen Arthur created her. He created her in 1994. He made her Minister of Education. He ran Barbados for 14 years. He ran a cabinet for 14 years, and she was a member of that cabinet for all of those 14 years. You don't think he knows her? You don't think he knows her? And he called her despot. And that is what she is. And the Office of the Auditor General now knows that she's a despot. And the poor Director of Public Prosecutions, who had to run to the media today and to make a statement, he knows that she's a despot. And Verla told you here tonight, and I will confirm it, that the Director of Public Prosecutions was summoned to a meeting. A man who, under the law of this country, is accountable to no one except God and the people and the rights and freedoms of people. Nobody can summon him to any meeting and ask him to give account. Nobody. And we stand here tonight believing that we are the freest and the happiest people in the world. We are not. Mia Motley is bringing this country to the brink of disaster. Mia Motley is bringing this country to the brink of disaster. St. James North, I ask you to reverse from that brink of disaster and to give us one more in Parliament. One more in Parliament. Two heads are better than one. And if you don't have an opposition in this country, your children may not be able to stand like you in this road and exercise the freedom of the right to associate if this government continues on its present trajectory, on its present path of undermining the rights and the freedoms of people. That is how serious life is in Barbados tonight. Need I say more? Need I say more? The hour of 11 is coming, and I don't want to be accused of breaking the law. All that is left for me to do is to endorse this virtuous young woman, to endorse this virtuous young woman, and I want to do it in verse. In verse. Resting in this blue Caribbean sea are rocks. Rocks held together by stones. The pebbles are their glue. Pebbles that are thrown upon these blue waters. Pebbles thrown by the hand of God. Pebbles skidding across this blue Caribbean sea. Thrown by the hand of God. Where do pebbles rest? Where will they become the glue that makes stones, that make rocks, that we call islands, that we call Jamaica, St. Kitts, Barbuda, Tobago, St. Vincent? Islands that are rocks, that used to be stones, glued together by pebbles that skid across the blue waters, thrown skidding across the Caribbean by the hand of God, and glued together into stones that grew into rocks
and became islands, and became Grenada, Guadeloupe, Cuba, and a city called Bridgetown, where pebbles skidded from castries, thrown gently to the waters by the great hand of God, and glued together with a stone, grew into a rock that is an island, that is a nation, that is a region, one nation, began with pebbles, thrown by God's great hand across an ocean, this Caribbean Sea, where pebbles skid and become islands and become nations, one Caribbean. Felicia Dujon, you are one of the pebbles that skidded across the sea at the hand of God, and you are part of the glue of the stone that became a rock, that became an island, that became a nation, that became a region, one nation, forged by God's gentle hands, a pebble, a stone, a rock, an island, a region, a nation. This is the land, your land, Felicia Dujon. Thank you very much. Good night and God bless you.
We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. On this voice for...
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is election day. You, the residents of St. James North, I want you to call your mother, call your father, your sister, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, whoever it is that you know, call them, your friends, to come out and vote for Felicia Dujon. If you need transportation, you can take these numbers: 242-7984, 242-7984, 240-7158, 240-7158, or 833-5794. I repeat again, 242-7984, 240-7158, or 833-5794. These are all cellular phone numbers, as these persons will be on the road, so you don't have an office number. And I urge you, constituents, once again to go out in your numbers and vote for Felicia Dujon from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Good night. You have been a wonderful audience, and God bless.
Felicia, cause Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Dujon. On this voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence.